Hello, and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doovid. I'm your host, Jen. Church Adventure. Be happy to be here this Sunday, December 4th, 2022. We have a guest this evening. Looking forward to that. I'll hand it over to you, Doovid, for the introductions. Thanks for being here with us again this evening.
Okay, yeah, great. Good to be back. Yeah, Renell, Justin, who was on a year and a half ago, who debated T-Jump on atheism and had written a few books. I have it here. Um, The Truth and the Curious Cult of Atheism. So that's actually a guest that Jennifer procured. And, but I kept some.
Yeah, I asked him on because he was talking about pantheism. And yeah, it was fun to see him on T-Jump and such.
Yes, that was over a year ago, and I guess he was traveling the globe, was in the Far East for a while, but now he's back in the States. And he started a movement, um, New Pantheism. So I'll keep that webpage open, but so we'll hear what he's up to and his new thoughts on pantheism. And he's already authored. I don't call them pamphlets, more books, but because they're relatively short, but two short books or pamphlets on the truth and atheism and his journey. So it should be interesting to hear what he's up to. Um, so I don't actually have that many links. I've already sent him the link. So if he pops on early, I might even be done in less than 15 minutes if he wants to hop on right away. Um, so
I mean, some kind of a record.
here was Quantum Magazine. I show those two books I had that were collected articles from Quantum Magazine on the Alice and Bob. So just on how physicists created a holographic wormhole, and I'm not sure the exact words that they're using here. So as mentioned, Einstein was the creator of the terminology "spooky action at a distance," referring to quantum phenomenon that Einstein generally didn't believe in. And so Sabina
Yeah, didn't he
Hassenfelder.
also say that God doesn't play dice with the universe or something?
Yes, so Sabina Hassenfelder is caught onto that expression, spooky action at distance, that she uses quite often. So it was interesting on
Yeah, it's
current.
just like woo. When you tell people consciousness doesn't not exist, and their response is ooh, and ironically, they think that they're not being superstitious.
Yes, I'm not. I watched this video. Did you watch this video?
The wormhole, it just sounded like such clickbait. I admit that I did not. This was
Yeah, I
too
think the
clickbaity, I guess.
title didn't really wasn't really that clear of what was actually going on. Um, Here was a lecture series on neural basis for consciousness. Still watching their content pretty regular out of Japan. They had a lecture on degrees of consciousness, and the question of how do you measure consciousness, and to having degrees. So it's three parts, about 2 hours of content. In the chess world, the Hans Niemann saga, chess.com has officially filed their response to Hans Niemann to have the suit dismissed, claiming, God forbid, he was a known cheater. And so and the suit is frivolous and the damages are overdrawn and so on and so on. But here's the legal filing by chess.com to dismiss the suit by Hans Niemann. This was actually pretty interesting. Um, this I could ramble on a few minutes, but this was Neuralink's. I don't know if it's biannual show and tell. Uh, so just the current state of Neuralink, and
Is
it's
that
it's
Elon
interesting.
Musk on the right there?
Yeah, so this is the Q&A at the end, and you can see there was like 10, 15 presenters. The second presenter was Israeli, and so I mean, basically they implant sensors in the outer regions of the brain, and they're kind of just using trial and error to try to determine what the impulses mean, most specific to motor movement. So, for like phantom limbs, you could have, like in external body parts, you could have, um, the part of the peripheral nervous system that goes to the movement and connect there, and the electric signal would connect to the external device. But I mean, Neuralink kind of skirts the hard problem of consciousness. At this point, it's purely focusing on the output of consciousness, and the output of consciousness most specific for movement. So um, testing with monkeys, it looks like they claim to have workable devices where their little thing with like a monkey playing pong with his mind, where the monkey desiring to move the paddle up or down could be detected by the mind. And this was done almost exclusively through trial and error machine learning, where they just had a whole bunch of neuro transmitters connected to the brain. And first they did recordings of what was where things were lighting up when the monkey performed the task, to eventually connecting their device to the monkey, to being able to have some sort of motor control from their Neuralink device. And possibly also in the near future would be something like typing, where you could just think, um, I mean, and that the Neuralink device would recognize the thoughts good enough to be able to produce symbols. And so this has been tested with monkeys. They're seeking the FDA US approval for test on humans, and the first devices would be for handicapped people, and certain things with blind people, and various factors. But I said it's skirting the hard problem of consciousness. So I mean, we know that at some point the brain sends signals to the body to do something. So Neuralink purely operates at the level of the signals that are sent, but some level of detecting those signals, and then having a way to detect those signals and connect it to a computer. So it's pretty interesting. It's almost 3 hours, a bunch of presentations. So encourage some of the people to watch that. I did on Wednesday the tour of my library math and physics books. So felt good about that, and hopefully I'll be inspired to study more math, and regular studying of math and physics. So I'm going to keep with my weekly tour of my library series. So anyone interested in that? A lot of these books I showed on Week in Review already. Sam Bankman-Fried did appear at the New York Times DealBook Summit and was the longest interview, and it was somewhat non-insightful. He's still playing it off like it was an honest mistake, or he doesn't know exactly what happened. Like he's trying to help people get to the bottom of it. He still hopes that people could get their money back. And the New York Times obviously kind of hyped him up. So it's interesting that the New York Times didn't dump him, and kept him as one of their speakers. And he kind of pressed him, like, is it possible you're a criminal? Is it possible you just stole the money and gambled it away and lost it, and are one of the biggest con artists in the history of the world? So there was minimal pressing, but it was kind of interesting that the New York Times gave him a pretty softball interview, considering everything that happened. He showed up. obviously the huge news with Kanye West, so JF had already analyzed earlier this week just Tim Pool before the God forbid um, Infowars appearance. So we probably won't talk about that much. Um, I I had some sort of blue-eyed thought originally, but I'm not sure that was
I
accurate.
just feel like you're overfitting that to a degree that's just becoming like, why?
Well, I mean, that Kanye West, when he walked out, that there was pretty clearly in the moment where he walked out, where where Kanye West, where Tim Pool connects with Nicholas Fuentes, and you'll probably seeing the blue in his eye, and that's when Kanye finally walks out. That I mean, there's many interpretations why. I mean, he obviously warned him that he was going to walk out, and maybe he wasn't taking him seriously, and then possibly right after Nicholas Fuentes joins the debate, and it looks like Tim Pool makes eye contact and maybe has an intimidation factor of Nick Fuentes's blue eyes, and then Kanye West is like, looking like
Can't be serious.
you're really going to take this blue-eyed man more serious than me, and then he walked out, and so it's one interpretation of it that saying that you have a room with I guess 3 blue-eyed men and 3 non-blue-eyed
It
men.
just came off as like, okay, it's not an interview, I'm leaving, F you. That's honestly what it seemed like to me.
Yeah, so I had some sort of that there was some sort of
you're always ragging about me about my supposed lack of professionalism on these things, right?
Yeah, I'm saying there's multiple factors, but
I guess the factor in my eyes was that certain perceived lack of professionalism was a decisive factor, but whatever.
That was all part in it, but I'm saying if you analyze the video, it happens right after the meeting of Fuentes's and Pool's eyes. And if you notice in the room, there's 3 blue-eyed men, 3 non-blue-eyed men. Your Tim Pool, Milo, and Kanye West are not blue-eyed men, and then Tim and 2 of the other guys in the room are blue-eyed men. Maybe there's only 1 other guy in the room, or 5. But it was one interpretation I thought of, and then the whole Alex Jones thing happened. So we probably won't talk about that much. So I've already sent the link to Renell. I believe that's his middle name. That's the name he's going by now. So if he pops on. I didn't prepare a song this week, but I was looking at.
What do you think about? It's not a good idea to lead with the blue eyes thing because people are incredulous, and so it kind of discredits the rest of what you say. Even if it is something, it's not everything, and people aren't going to be credulous of a narrative like that because it's not. It just doesn't sound right.
Well, if people are familiar with theories that I'm not sure, but I mean, obviously we can.
Again, you're implying, ha 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 ha, that people make decisions on the basis of logic. No, it's about what they think and feel mostly.
Well, I'm saying people watch Weekend Review regularly. It's a topic that I mention quite often, and it's a unique take on the Kanye walkout because if you notice that he walks out right after the meeting of the eyes between Tim Pool and Nick Fuentes. And if it was a blue-eyed thing, that's a postulate I'm making. But I mean, certainly you could see in the video that it happens right after meeting of the eyes and an arguing with in a switch in the conversation. But Yeah, but it's a tough conversation. Like some people agree with
You're
it. Some
basically
people
saying that a completely superficial attribute is predictive over a significant range of behavior.
um,
I'm not saying you're saying that. It's just really easy to imply that from what you're saying. So it's kind of like, yeesh. It's, yeah. Hey, welcome to the show. Thanks for joining.
So I'll finish with these links real quick, but yeah, we talk about that later. But yeah, I mean certainly like and noticing of an attribute that changed the dynamic, and if you could see in the video that that it could be that was in that would have been Tim Pool's reaction also as so there. I'm not going to do a song this week, so that was a concert series. I got also I ordered this week American Extremist with Josh Neal. It's like he's back around. He's back doing his podcast, regular podcast with Tyler Davidson and Jefferson Lee, and so he's updated his book. I finally bought it, and then he was on Academic Agent, this week. So it's got 15,000 views. Interesting book. So we'll talk about that. That was a little interesting. Here's some articles I shared with Jennifer. I'll just share them now on the link on the history of signal processing. This is the history of noise in general, and about halfway through the article, it starts talking about signal processing because the noise is, I mean the in terms of signal processing, the static or noise. Um, Here was a quick article on Gauss and the history of the fast Fourier transform. And here, a short article, The Acoustic Speech and Signal Processing Society, a Historical Perspective, talking about the IEEE, the International Electrical Engineers. That started with radio engineers, a connection with signal processing. Well, the IEEE goes back into over 150, almost 150 years. The signal processing branch goes back about 70 years. Here's a short chapter about what is signal processing that also has the history of it. Here is a 60-page history of the IEEE Signal Processing Society and its technologies. So I said there was one book. I looked at the book online. I was able to download the first chapter. It didn't actually look that good. So I only found one book on the history of signal processing. So we'll talk about that more. But here was some free material. So welcome, Renell. Glad to have you on the show. Is that how you pronounce that right, Renell? If you're there, if you're hear me, want to join in, just want to make sure saying your name right. I believe Renell, and so hopefully you get his sound right. He'll join in.
Yeah, you're talking and we can't hear you right now. Can you hear us? Can you give us a thumbs up if you can hear us? Okay. Doesn't look like the audio is going through at all. So maybe just usually what I say in these cases is like just restart the thing unless you want to try to read. Okay. If you can't hear anything, I usually just say restart the device. That usually works most of the time, unless you want to try to troubleshoot. Doovid, if you want to try to help him troubleshoot, or if you want to talk, I can try to talk him through troubleshooting in the comments here.
Okay, so I'll just read a little bit of his. So I'll let Jennifer message and try to get a sound together, and I'll read a little bit. So yeah, glad to have Renell back. He was debated T-Jump on atheism, as I mentioned at the beginning, a year and a half ago, and was on Week in Review talking. He'd written 2 short books that we talked about. They called The Cult of Atheism, and now he's back and he's trying to start a movement. I guess.
Can you hear? Yes. Okay.
Okay, so looks Renell, is that?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, am I saying that right, Renell?
Yes. We're now correct. Thank you.
Okay, great. So glad to have you back. If I'm still doing the screen share. Let me just read a little bit from New Pantheism: Religion for Freedom of the Mind, Holy Books, Prophets, and Jesus. New Pantheism defines God as the creative force consciousness that is the cause of everything in the universe. New Pantheism would argue that this creative force exists everywhere in the universe, so there are many ways someone can know and view God. Because God is universal everywhere, people living on a deserted island with no human contact could discover God completely on their own. The opposite view of this topic is called the one access point philosophy of God. This philosophy teaches there is only one possible way to access, know, and view God. That one way is only through their holy books, prophet, or Messiah. The one access point approach is harmful for a number of reasons. And so I'll put the link to this in the chat. So you have a section on science and the universe. Put the why the name. Pantheism is the philosophy that the universe nature itself is God and a manifestation of God. The prefix pan comes from the Greek word pas, meaning all. New pantheism is the evolution of pantheism. Um, Pantheism for modern intellectuals. Unlike former pantheism, new pantheism offers an explanation of what the universe is, a model of how the universe works, who we are in relation to the universe, and a roadmap for achieving fulfillment and enlightenment in the modern world. The core belief of new pantheism is that consciousness is the irreducible foundation of the universe, meaning everything that happens in the universe is a result of consciousness. That consciousness, which is the foundation of everything in the universe, is given the title God in new pantheism. In the same way, someone who oversees a country could be given the title King God is the title we give to an observable phenomenon called consciousness, which is responsible for everything that happens in the universe. This might incorrectly imply that God is limited to being just the foundation of the universe rather than the universe itself, and it's entirely a good example of why this is not true. When you dream, there are endless possibilities of characters and objects that can manifest within the dream. Some of the characters in the dream can even seem to work against you, despite the fact that all of these different characters and objects are in your dream. All of this, all of it is still being dreamt by you, the conscious observer. Everything created in your dream, from characters to objects, is just a manifestation of your consciousness. Your consciousness is the foundation of that dream world. So everything in your dream is your consciousness. In the same way, despite the fact that there are so many different characters and objects in the universe, there are still that one consciousness. According to the new pantheist philosophy, everything is God, that one foundational consciousness. So looks good, very interesting. Put Renell's webpage in the chat. People could check it out. And so welcome back. Any update? I know you've been traveling around the world for the last year. Anything you want to share, or if you just want to jump straight in talking about new pantheism?
Going on in my life, no, I just developed this philosophy or this religion, and I'm excited to share it. I think it represents the level of growth that I've had throughout my life. So,
Yeah, I remember talking about that. I didn't have a chance to review the stream. I didn't find them because they're not really titled, so it'd be very difficult to look through and find it. But we talked about your book and your kind of enlightenment experience, and your, I guess, called spiritual journey, where you had these realizations. I guess you want to call it, like, became a born again pantheist. Um, and so that was interesting. So I guess now you're, I don't know, call it starting, call it a movement, or like like a church, or on the web, or if you have a local brick and mortar, or just on the web, trying to create a community. Maybe you're trying to mirror T Jump. I know randomly atheism, there's the new atheism, like Ben Watkins, who I debated, friendly character, is what's called the new atheists, as opposed to classic atheism. I guess I'm not sure if T Jump might be a classic atheist, as where Ben Watkins is a new atheist, and usually that means that um, although they subscribe to atheism, they accept that there's benefit from other schools of belief in God, that atheism cannot necessarily answer all the questions, and that although they subscribe and propose atheism, that they still recognize that there's other aspects that theism uh, describes and answers better, and that's the what's called new atheism. So I don't know if you're kind of modeling T jump on that, like starting an atheistic church, starting a pantheistic church, or also if the new pantheism, if that's also a play on like I think it's the last few decades, or maybe even just the last decade, where you have what the new movement that's been referred to as new atheism.
No, it's not. It's just a coincidence. But new pantheism is just a more detailed version of pantheism. I mean, that's the basis of it. Pantheism, the idea that God is everything, that God is the universe. Except I would say that pantheism is overly broad. So new pantheism is way more specific. There are specific truth claims that new pantheism makes about the universe and how the universe works. So, like what God is.
Yeah, I guess pantheism could be neutral on the origin question.
Mhm.
Did you
Just
want to
saying,
maybe talk us through some of those
yes,
claims
however you
about
want to do it. If
God
you
and
want to
what
give like
you
a
and how
little,
you claim? Well, I just wanted to hear more about the claims about God and how he reached them.
Okay, so all of the claims I make, all of the truth claims I make, are true because they cannot be false. That is how like I know that it is true. So, for example, I would make the truth claim that the universe is infinite. The reason why the universe is infinite is because the universe cannot be finite. So that would be an example of a truth claim, something that is true because it cannot be false.
Okay. And if someone asked you to establish, like, could you justify why there's no bound, or what did you say, that why the universe isn't finite? Do you have a reason for that?
Well, yes, because of the definition of the word universe. The word universe means everything, everything in existence. So there is no place that exists that doesn't exist. That would be the only boundary to the universe. If there was some place in the universe where non-existence existed,
So
because
for there to be that boundary, that means that you're saying here's the thing, and then here's not the thing, and then the boundary is separating the thing from not the thing. And then in
no,
the case of the universe, that's that's a self-contradicting concept.
exactly. Because if a boundary existed, that boundary would also be part of the universe. So by definition, anything that exists as a boundary would also be considered part of the universe. So the universe cannot be finite. That's not a possibility.
Cool. Well, do you have any more truth claims?
That truth exists. Some people would deny that there is a such thing as objective truth. Truth exists because it can't not exist. So, for example, if you try to prove that truth doesn't exist and you successfully prove that truth doesn't exist, you'd have discovered a truth. The truth is that truth doesn't exist. So, truth exists. The universe is infinite. These things are examples of truth claims that are true because they cannot be false.
Wait a minute here. That's pretty amazing. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the gist of this argument. So truth has to exist as basically some kind of like it's necessary, right? So I'm not sure I'm understanding how, like conceptually necessary somehow.
Well, because there is no conceptual way for truth not to exist. It is not possible for truth not to exist.
yeah, if you're saying the simple tautology that if truth doesn't exist, the statement that truth doesn't exist is itself a truth. So by
Exactly.
definition, through that tautology, truth has to exist.
Exactly. There's no possible way truth cannot exist. So that's one of the claims new pantheists make is that truth does exist, that the universe is infinite. These things cannot be false.
Well, yeah, I mean, but you're supposing the rules of logic. So if you're using um, logical formulation, so you're presupposing logic or like the law of negation. So both of your proofs are based on logical formulations, basically of negation that's accepted. within the school of logic, but then you say, well, um, you know, how do you know that logic's true? How do you know the rule of negation is true? And then to presuppose something is true in order to prove itself is circular. In the same way that you have to presuppose that the universe exists, say, okay, well, like I think for I am, or we experience the universe, but it's still a presupposition that the universe exists, and then to use the tool of logic to make a derivation that the universe is infinite.
Well, well, I don't subscribe to like Western philosophy. So I'm not using the school of logic in the way that a Westerner would understand the school of logic. I don't know anything about the school of logic. I'm not a student of it. What I'm saying is that I'm making observations that do not require logic. So that I exist is not a logical claim. It is the truth. It is the sun is there, clouds are there, the earth is here. These are not logical claims. These are observations. They don't really have anything to do with logic. Logic
It's a
in that
claim.
one was,
It's a mind dependent claim.
well, the entire universe is mind dependent. There is no such thing as outside of mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the Descartes, I think, therefore I am, but it's saying, well, maybe it's an illusion, maybe we're in the matrix,
Even if it
or
was.
or whatever. But to say, uh, like assuming that we could believe our eyes, that we could believe our own mind, um, but that's still a presupposition. So if you're using the word truth, um, I mean, if you're going to define truth as mind independent, and so then you're using, so to say, a proof that's mind dependent. And so if you're going to limit truth, that truth is mind dependent, as opposed from like a scientific, uh, Western scientific method, from Galileo, truth in theory is mind independent. It could be established independently of mind.
So I would say that the Western idea of an outside of mind is incorrect. I don't subscribe to that. I think that Western idea is incorrect. There's no evidence of an outside of mind. Everything happens within mind. If you want to deny that mind exists, that denial of mind happens in mind. Nothing doesn't happen in mind. The idea or this faith-based like concept that came out of, I guess, European philosophy that there is an outside of mind, I would need like evidence for that. I don't just accept that as true just because a scientist says it. So like what evidence does a scientist have that there is a such thing as outside of mind?
Well, I think these are unknown. So in terms of evidence, there's not really evidence either way. These things are unknown, and if we're limited to minds, then the questions are beyond the ability of humans to prove. So just a claim of truth. So I mean, you, like Jennifer, you're saying you're not only a pantheist, you're also a panpsychist. As opposed to Doovid, I'm a dualist, which generally means I accept that there's a separate material and spiritual realm, that mind exists separate and independent of the material realm. And if you're there's different schools of pantheism or panpsychism. Um, but yeah, I mean, from a classical philosophical point of view, you're part of a school, and these are ancient, current debate sectarianism. There is no way to decisively prove one is correct or not. That whether the truth is mind dependent or mind independent, there's no way to definitively prove. That's why you fall into a school. So I fall into the school of dualism, because I believe the truth lies there, even though I can't prove it. You say you fall into the school of panpsychism, or pantheism in general, because you believe that's where the truth lies. But if you're going to make the claim that you could prove the truth, that that becomes very difficult, and I would say is beyond the possibility of human potential. That there might be a truth, but the knowledge of truth is beyond human potential, would be my perspective. And if you're claiming that not only there is a truth, but the truth can be known by man And you said not only the truth could be known by man, the truth could be proven by man.
Yes, that's the claim that I'm making because that's what we experience. So again, a lot of the claims that you're making are claims from Western ideology. So the idea that like human beings can't know the truth. These are all like you would have to tell me why what you're saying is true. You can't just you wouldn't I won't just accept it because this is what common Western philosophy. I would need to know why what you're saying is true. So anything I say during this discussion, I will be able to tell you why what I'm saying is true. And so I would need the same thing. I don't accept that human beings can't know the truth. I think we can know the truth. So for example, if you fell down the stairs, you will know for a fact that you're in pain, and you'll know the truth is that you may need to go to the hospital. There'd be no doubt about it. There's certain things. Kids starving to death know that they need food. They know that's the truth. There is no room for all this conceptual.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid it would just say the existence of suffering, but it still necessitates presuppositions.
Presupposition of what?
And it's saying, well, presupposition of that the truth is not mind independent. And even just saying because there's an I that feels suffering doesn't necessarily mean that I'm you're not an illusion. Or so, okay, because I'm attached to my body and I feel pain from injuries to my body does not actually prove that my body exists. It just proves that whatever the connection between the me and the perception of my body causes pain. But so say like, well, if I was a character in a video game that was programmed to feel pain when something happened to my body, even though I'm just a program in the matrix of the machine, that doesn't actually so you're still making a presupposition. So just the fact that there's a me that feels pain doesn't actually prove that there's a me that feels pain.
Well, it doesn't prove it to you but it does prove it. Like, I mean, most people understand that because they feel pain, they do exist. And they really are feeling pain. So it may not prove it to you, but it would probably
I'm
prove
making
it.
the point you have to presuppose, postulate some existing truth to prove the truth.
I don't.
Well, how do you prove the truth? So you need some pre-existing truth in order to prove the truth. So if you say, well, I'm here, there's a me and I'm talking to you, like, so let's just accept that it's the truth that there's a me that's talking to you, but it's still a presupposition, and it's saying, well, it's a circular argument that you have to presuppose that something's true in order to prove the truth. You don't see what I'm saying? So we
Okay.
just accept, but it was saying like, how do you prove the truth without presupposing something is already true?
Well, yeah, that's what we're doing. So what is already true is that I'm aware. That I'm aware
That's a
is true.
presupposition. I'm saying you can't. Well,
Okay.
I'm saying that's not you. That's not necessarily true that there's a you and that you're aware.
Well, I
That's a
know
presupposition.
if I weren't aware, we couldn't have this conversation. So this conversation is evidence that I am aware. I'm aware of you speaking and I'm responding to what you're saying. So I am aware that that is true. Like I don't these words, presupposition, all these things, I don't understand what's the problem. Like I am aware that is true. We're having a conversation right now. It is true that we're having a conversation. It is true that we're using the internet right now. It is true. I mean, lots of things are true.
No, it's apparent.
It's a
It's not
it's
true.
apparent it's apparently
apparent
true.
that I am real. It's apparent that I'm talking to you. It's not saying it's a mind dependent truth. That's
Well,
that's the point. I mean, that's the stipulation of Western science and logic, is that what you're claiming is a mind dependent truth, and it's a presupposition. So I mean, that's fine, and we could accept these presuppositions. But if you want to level it to say, well, it's a proof that that it's a limited truth because it's mind dependent.
okay, everything is mind dependent. The entire universe
Well, that's
is mind.
another presupposition.
Well, I'm saying this is the only thing that could be true. The
Well,
only
there's a lot of other possibilities that could be true.
well, then you'd have to tell me why they could be true. You can
Well,
just say
I'm
they
saying
could be
that
like,
just saying we're limited. We can't know the truth. Is saying there's a whole bunch of potential possibilities that would be beyond our grasp to know.
okay, well, I think the way to progress this is you're saying we can't know the truth. I do know the truth. So at least one human being can, and that's me, because I'm telling you here and now, I know the truth. I know that I'm aware, and it is true that I'm aware. It is true that I'm having this conversation. There's many truths. It is true that 1+1 = 2. If you said 1+1 = 3, that would be false. So there are truths. There are logical truths. I mean, like, how are you defining truth
But
that
it's
you're not
still
seeing?
circular. That's why I say you can't
So what if
prove
it
the
is?
truth without presupposing the truth.
Okay, so what if it is circular? Are you saying that anything circular is false?
No, I didn't say it's false. I just said you can't prove the truth.
What I'm saying is that, so what if it's circular? If because if even if it is circular, it doesn't mean what I'm saying is false. So what if it's circular? Like, why is what I'm saying false?
I didn't say when I say not that I say it's not necessarily the truth doesn't mean it's false.
Sorry, I have dogs barking in the back.
You know, but I mean, I'm not saying like I mean, like your argument for the infiniteness of the universe, or something like that. That it was like either or that because it's not provable as true that it means it's false, or because it's circular it's false. It just means that whatever the truth is, it's evidence towards it, but like a proof. And if you have to presuppose the truth to prove the truth, um, it doesn't make it false. It just means it's evidence. It's not proof.
So David, is anything you're saying true right now?
You have to define truth.
What
So
I'm
when
saying
you
is like,
say evidence, that there's a lot of evidence that this is extremely likely. I mean, I have my own theory. I call the multiple truth hypothesis, and I don't know if you want to disclose where you're located, but you just mentioned like it's based on equity, and I mentioned some of my things like gambling is the most common thing, or stocks, where you refer to equity in terms of a likelihood. Like if you're playing blackjack, or any casino game where you have a percentage likelihood that would give you an equity. But the truth in general would be like that. So you say, well, you provide evidence, but it's not conclusive. So like maybe it's 90%, maybe it's high 90%, maybe something could be 0.999, but there's still doubt. And if you're going to say truth is absolute, it's 100%, then truth is beyond the grasp of human potential, because there's always going to be doubt, and there's always going to be suppositions. So it's just increased evidence without actual proof. So if you wanted to get mathematical about it, um, not and it's not either or, but it's a function between 0 and 1, and um, it could approach 1, meaning 1 would be representative of truth 100%. And so that's how I would view truth, that certainly things are much more likely than other things, but due to the limitedness of human potential, that it's unlikely that we could declaratively say something, this is 100%.
well, when you say we, I don't know who you're speaking about. When you say we can't define it, I define things as absolutely true all the time, because things are absolutely true. I think that is 100% true. That so are in your worldview, are things 100% false? Is there anything that is 100% false? So if I said 1+1 = would that be false?
I use these terms as a dualist. So I would say the we is the me and you of our minds, and our minds and ideas don't exist in the physical realm. So when we're talking about these ideas, we're talking about abstract, non-material, spiritual phenomenon. In that sense, there's the we of the meeting of our mind. So that's the term that I would represent. Obviously, like you could use words however you want. You could define it, but it's saying in the abstract realm of ideas, it's true or not. Like each of us have the power of language, and could say things that are accurate or inaccurate, as opposed to there being an abstract realm of ideas where and that's fundamentally where me and you would have the disagreement, where I'm looking for a mind independent form of truth. Although when I say we, I'm referring to the meeting of our minds, because I believe that our minds are immaterial. They're not our bodies. So when when the me and Renell are talking right now, there's the Renell that is controlling your body, using your body to speak in the words, but the origin of the thoughts and your ideas is not your body. It's a separate non-material plane. That's how I'd understand these words. And I don't know, as a pantheist, if you have dualistic leanings, or if you think the origin of that the ideas are part of the material realm or they're separate from the material realm. And even the I, if you say that everything is mind, if there's one mind, if you, what's the difference between we and I? That, okay, there's panpsychism, there's spirit that's everywhere, that there's a separate body of you and me, but is there a separate mind? Do you have a separate mind than my mind?
Well, yes, I have a separate mind from your mind. And even still, there's only one mind. And yet, yes, we are two separate minds here. And everything you just said right there, I totally agree with. I totally agree that there's a different me that does not turn into worm food when I die. So I would agree in that spirit, in that spiritual mind, in the way that you are mean it. Um, but
I'd be platonic about all ideas are immaterial. So I mean, besides for the me, the you that's our soul and survives death, just that truth and all ideas are immaterial. So like we're speaking right now, our minds are talking about ideas. These are non-material concepts.
Oh, absolutely. But they have effects on the material world. So what I believe is true can affect the material world. If I believe that it's true that Allah wants me to like carry out mass murder, that is going to affect the real world, or any number of like beliefs that I have that I think are true.
What affects the material realm? It may or
But
may not affect the spiritual realm. I mean, it's okay, like someone could kill me and it would affect my body, but did it affect my soul? Maybe not. In terms of the truth, someone could, in the material realm, um, manifest falseness, but did that actually manifest falseness in the realm of truth, the spiritual realm? And you could argue by definition that's impossible. I mean, so material could be created and destroyed, like from dust to dust. That my soul could pass from this body, but it's unclear, whether you say the statement, whether it's actually true, whether falsehood, uh, and saying that's the fundamental, saying if you're a pantheist, which is an opposition school to what I'm as a dualist.
well, not necessarily, because you haven't said anything that I disagree with. When you talked about the mind and physical world duality, that I don't disagree with any of that.
Well, I'm saying that, I guess if you say the universe, that I would look at the world of the realm of our minds as a different realm than the realm of the material universe. They're different planes of operation. They some form of interaction, but they're operating on different realms.
Okay,
And there's a lot of crossovers between pantheism and dualism. It's tough to get definitions, and saying you're a panpsychist, uh, you could be a materialist pantheist, and even someone like T Jump could possibly um, call himself a pantheist. But saying you're a spiritual pantheist versus a spiritual or panpsychist pantheist. But I'm making the differentiation that this panpsychic spirit is a separate realm than the material universe, and so that's why I classify myself as a dualist as opposed to a pantheist, because I don't believe the only thing that exists is the universe. I don't believe that God is the universe. I believe that God is the master of two separate realms, one being the universe and the other being the spiritual realm.
okay. So in order, if you wanted to like understand the universe in the way that I teach it, just look at your own mind, because your own mind is a representation of how the entire universe works. So in your mind, again, like when you have a dream, there's a lot of physical objects in your dream, but there's no dual between my consciousness and the physical things that my consciousness is creating in a dream. I walk down streets, I fly in planes, I drive in cars in my dreams. Other physical things attack me in my dreams. And yet, despite the fact that there are so many different types of things in my dream, it's all just one thing, my consciousness. In the same way, it works in the
Right,
small
you detach
universe
from
of the
your
mind.
body in your dream.
I'm sorry.
Or it might be levels of detachment from your body in your dreams.
Okay, but what you're calling the physical world and the mind are all the same stuff. They all work one hand in hand. It's just one universe. So the word universe means everything. The universe is the sum of all things. Okay, so everything works together in this one thing called the universe. In that universe, you could break down the universe into this stuff called physical, this stuff called mind, this stuff called like light, this stuff called dark, this stuff called water, this stuff called solids. You could break the universe down into all of that, but it's still just one stuff.
Yeah, we could.
There's an unbeliever in the chat who would like to
Okay.
know, do you know how the entire universe works?
Um, okay, so the word universe means everything. So I don't want to say I know how the universe works in that I know how everything works. I have no idea how this computer works. I have no idea how my car works. And these are all part of the universe. So when I say I know how the universe works, I'm speaking at a certain depth. I know how the mechanics of, I know the deeper truth of how the entire universe works. I know how the infinite works. I know how God works.
We could define this where we're actually in complete agreement.
Mhm.
If you're saying that, I'm saying there's a, when I say, okay, I am not my body. I
Yes.
am my soul that is currently the controller of my body and that feels the pains and the attachment to the body. By saying the I is not my body, but the I is also my body. I could refer to I as my body, or I as the spirit, the mind part that, in essence, has no connection to the body. And so, if you're looking at the universe, if you're going to say the universe is inclusive of the material realm and the spiritual realm, and so dualistically, um, I'm just phrasing it in a way to make a distinction that, you're accepting, but the phraseology you don't think is necessary to make that distinction. Where I would generally use the word universe to refer to the material realm exclusively, and just like my body, that say there's the I that's not my body, there's the universe, and then there's and then there's the spirit realm that's not the material realm. um, but you could define the universe as the umbrella organization that includes the spiritual and the material realm. And we're basically in agreement, but we're using the words differently. As where I use the word universe purely for the material, you're using the word universe to contain both the spiritual and material realm.
Uh, in the way that you're using it, yes. In the way that you're using words, that would be correct, yes. That there's one thing called the universe, and in that one thing, everything is there. Everything's contained in it. It's the sum of all things, the universe, the sum of all things in existence.
And maybe that's because I have a stronger emphasis on the distinction, and that goes with the level of truth. That I would say there's mind dependent truth, there's mind independent truths that say that the material realm functions mind independently, that like the laws of physics, the laws of science are mind independent, they purely govern material principles. And then there's the realm of the spirit that includes souls, but also includes things like ideas, and they might be separate elements of the non-physical realm, like the question of logic, mathematic, truth, ideas, and souls. That if you're just going to wrap it all into one and say that they're all one, or that they're different elements or sections of, so to say, the non-physical realm. So that there's so to say the realm of logic and ideas and the realm of souls, that some differentiating that I say, like, logic and truth operates independent of our souls. Or if you're tying it up all into uh, one. And it's a complicated metaphysics, and I would put difficult to prove. They say you could only prove things in the material realm. You could use logic, you could use reason, you could use what's called a logical proof, but science is limited to the material realm and is not applicable to the spiritual realm. Say there's the I, there's your mind, that you're connected to God. Our minds are not part of this realm, and possibly have much more potential and insight, but the tools that we use in the material realm are not necessarily the same tools that the mind uses.
Okay, so I think where we're going wrong is that we have two different outlooks when we see what's going on in reality. So you use the word mind independent. You're looking for truths that are mind independent. I think when you say that, what I would call that is human independent, meaning things that are true regardless of what humans think. So the sun will be there if there weren't a human on the planet. So the sun is independent of us, but it's not mind independent. Okay, for something to take up space, that is a construct of the conscious mind. So something cannot take up space if there's no mind observing it. Do you see what I'm saying?
What's
Uh,
independent of
it's
it's
independent of a
independent of
human
my
mind.
mind. It's independent of your mind. You're saying there might be a mind to the sun. There might be some connection in the realm of minds to our minds and the mind of the sun, but it's essentially independent. Operates
Well,
that just because we have minds and the sun may have a mind, it's still independent of our minds.
I'm not saying the sun itself has a mind. I'm saying that all of reality requires mind. Okay, requires a mind. Time, for us to exist in a point in time, requires mind. Okay, we exist at a certain point in time. In order to do that, requires a mind.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
reality is another
what,
tough word because, like,
what,
the universe, I'm taking reality as another indicator of the physical realm. What do you mean by reality? Do you mean you mean
I mean,
the physical realm? Like
everything in existence.
where you say,
It,
okay, look, if I get
or,
injured, I hurt. Where you say, okay, well, reality is if someone gets injured, they feel pain, but that's a physical, that's a material reality.
well, what I'm how I define reality is everything in existence. Anything that exists is reality. So if it's in existence, it's real, or it's part of reality. That's how I'm using the word. And and what I'm saying is that all of reality, everything in existence, is dependent on a conscious awareness. How we see reality, space, time, matter, none of it could exist without mind. In the same way, where there's smoke, there's fire. Where there's time, where there's space, where there's matter, there's mind. Okay, just like smoke needs fire, these things require conscious mind in order to exist. They don't exist without it. It's kind of like beauty doesn't exist without mind. Sound doesn't exist without mind. Pain doesn't exist without mind. All of these things are dependent on mind. There is no such thing as this Western idea of an outside of the mind. Someone conjured that up like they did Mickey Mouse, and now it's kind of like messing people up. But there's no evidence or no good reason to think that there is a such thing as an outside of mind. That doesn't even make sense.
Well, that means saying that's the deity, that's God. So that's the difference between you as a pantheist and me as a dualist. I worship a God that's outside of the universe, that created and controls the universe, but is essentially outside of the universe. And so, say you worship a God that is the universe. So, I mean, that's the essential distinction between dualism and I would say many religions. That I mean, there's different interpretations of Judaism, Christianity, Islam, or Hinduism, but many of them are dualistic in nature and saying the deity that I worship is separate from the universe and has controlling power over the universe, and you're rejecting that there's a deity outside of the universe that has controlling power over the universe. And that's the difference between I could say it like I'm a Jew, but that's relatively irrelevant to our conversation, because it'd be like I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, or a school of Hinduism. So I'm saying I'm a dualist because I worship a God that's independent of the universe and has controlling power of the universe. And you say, well, I'm a pantheist, I don't think such a thing exists. There is no independent God of the universe.
Well, I wouldn't quite say that. I know what you're saying, and I would agree with you to a large extent. I would agree with you about so the way. So you have to remember, I teach how the universe works. So what I would teach about how the universe works is that there's a thing called truth in the universe, and there's also deception in the universe. Meaning the phrasing you're using, the matrix, an illusion. These things exist. Illusions exist. Like we are tricked into believing things that aren't quote unquote true. Now, the author of that deception is also God, is also the creator of the universe, is also the creator of that deception. So the deception that I'm at this location and you are at that location is all being created by this thing called God. That I'm a black male that grew up in America, all of these things are being created by this thing called a God, called God. So you and I, we see God a lot more similar. You see God as the author of all things happening. I see God the same way.
Yeah, I mean, me and Jennifer, obviously, she's a pantheist. I'm a dualist. And, this episode 179.
I'm a pantheist with cognitive dissonance because I never thought you enjoyed metaphysical discussions this much, Doovid.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what keeps the show going is like these fine distinctions. And then, and I mean, usually I'm largely in agreement because I could recognize, basically the truth and the wisdom of your, so your teaching, your beliefs or your realizations, but still, I believe in, this when I worship God, I could recognize your truths, but I still think the God that I worship and interact with is separate from the universe.
It all depends on how you mean separate. I mean, I work through my body, but I would agree with you that I'm a separate thing from my body. So I think what you're trying to say is something that again I could agree with. That
Well,
there
you
is
use the word universe to mean like everything, the
okay.
spiritual and the material realm.
Okay,
And
so
that's what like the Kabbalistic literature, say that refers to, the two realms. God is the ruler of both the spiritual and the material realm, and the God that I worship is not part of the spiritual and material realm. It's the ruler of the material and spiritual realm. And so, I mean, generally within pantheism, I mean, atheism, uh, you could actually like be an atheist and a pantheist because atheism is just rejecting this outside force, called the deity that's
Okay,
outside.
so the atheist pantheist is basically saying, I exist inside God, but I don't believe that God exists.
What you're saying that God, pantheist, God is the universe, and God is not separate from the universe, as opposed to the general biblical Judeo and the offsprings of Christianity and Islam, that the God who created the universe exists outside of the universe. Like the Jehovah said, the word is the play on the word to be, that is, that was, that will be, meaning that existed before time came into being, exists now, and exists after time no longer, exist, or in the past and the future. And so it's a fine distinction of the theological school is dualism. So I say, like, someone says, well, I'm a Christian, I'm a Jew, and you say, or I'm a Muslim. So, well, so you're a dualist. And generally say, well, yeah, Christians, Muslims, and Jews in most classical understanding are all dualist and believe that the creator exists separate from the universe, is the force who brought the universe into being, but is not the universe, is separate from the universe, and will exist after the universe no longer exists. As we're pantheists, with an atheistic leaning, will reject, you put in the Greek system also, where you talked about the deities, um, that, that it's just an independent, like we're talking mind independent. And so you're saying that the deity is not only is also is independent of mind, independent of the universe. And so, I mean, the classical pantheists, you're saying there's nothing independent of the universe. The universe is the totality of everything, and God is within the universe, is contained within. And there are fine distinctions, and you could play around with logic, and even argue that they both have to be one and the same. But that's what me and Jennifer. That's why these argue. We talk hours every week because it's a very fine distinction, and a lot of times you say that it's a distinction without a difference.
Oh, there's a huge differences, even within different schools of pantheism, huge differences of interpretation. So I don't think it's trivial.
well,
Because
yeah,
you're into a domain of validating that you're talking about the same concepts, which is very unusual relative to normal use of language. So
I
I
mean,
think
you're
it's been going really
establishing a
well.
religion, and we'll talk. Hopefully, we'll talk about that also. I mean, I don't know how much time you have, but we carry this on a little bit. But what I mean, so you're establishing a religion, And I don't know if does that include the worship of the creator, the worship of God. And they say, well, what are you worshiping? So, saying like, as as use the word, like I generally I do Jewish worship, but um I make the distinction. I do dualistic worship, and when I do my worship, I'm worshiping what I believe to be a God that is outside of the universe. So if you're a pantheist, I'm saying, well, do you worship, and what is the God that you worship? What does it
Okay.
mean to worship the universe as opposed to worship a God that you believe is um, independent of the universe?
Well, so I speak to a God that is a separate thing from myself. So in a separate way. So I speak to God and God also speaks to me. That's how I know what I know. I was taught by what I call God, my father. Not that God is a male or female, but that's my relationship to this consciousness. And yet, even though it's a separate thing from me, it is also the same thing as me. Just like in a dream, there are separate things in the dream, but that entire dream is you. Even though they're separate things in a dream, the whole thing is still you. The way that you understand God as this thing that exists outside of the universe, um, the reason why I would disagree with that is because the way in which you're seeing it, it doesn't follow logically. So I think, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, you would say that if I go back in time, if I go far enough back in time, at some point there would be no universe and there would just be a God there. If I went far enough back in time.
Well, the expression, if you went before time,
Yeah, if I went, if I went all the way
God
back.
doesn't exist, that God exists independent of time. And if you looked at like an idolatry from a strict biblical point of view, is pantheism idolatry? And to say, well, no, you are not God. Like you could be unified with the universe, but that's not God. And because God, they're saying, okay, you have a moment of spirituality or connect to the universe, feel the universal truth of the universe, um, but that's not actually the God that we worship. The God that we worship is independent of the universe. And so say, like that'd be the Hindu word like Mayavadi. Say like, no, you are not God. uh, saying, okay, we might speak to God, hear communications from God, but we're not God. We're part of the creation, and God is independent of the creation.
Okay, so
Like we are created. That I mean, so you could have that philosophy which said like, no, like I am God, from that aspect, but that would be, distinction of, even classically, like, saying like, maybe according to Islam or, uh, you know, Judaism or Christianity, say like, well, no, I mean, unfortunately, I think you're worshiping idols here with your pantheism. That would be, the philosophical distinction. If you're saying, well, like, no, man, you're not God. God is separate. God is independent.
okay, so is there anywhere in the universe I could go and God's not there?
Well, God's the sustainer of the universe, but I'm saying God is within the universe and without.
So God is also in the universe.
Yeah, I would say that, everything is God, including the
Yeah, that's
universe, but the essence of God is independent of the universe. So we know the God that's within the universe, but the true essence of God is beyond our knowability because it's independent of the universe.
well, I
So
don't
we
think
know
God.
just the aspect of God that we could perceive. So in essence, yeah, you are speaking to God, you are God, but that's just the perceivable aspect of God that resides within the universe. But the God that we worship is the God that's beyond our perception, of the God that we don't know.
Okay, so God is within the universe, and God is also outside of the universe. Um, that
But I'm
that.
making the distinction. If you're a pantheist,
Mhm.
then I think you're inherently rejecting the God that's outside of the universe.
Okay, so let's again we have to define words here.
I'm just
I
making the
think.
distinction. That's why I'm a dualist. And I mean, you could even say, is like, as a dualist, I'm a deist.
Okay, so I think when you're saying God exists outside of the universe,
And I'm not
um,
saying I'm right and you're wrong. I'm just making the distinction in, so to say, the belief system.
oh no, but I think we could be in agreement. I think we could be in total agreement here, because if you're what you're saying is that this thing called God exists outside of time, space, and matter, and that's what you're calling the universe, then I could agree with you that God exists outside of time, space, and matter. So if you're calling that outside of the universe, then we could say that, yeah.
Well, I think I'm saying the universe is, I'm limiting, like I want to use the universe as a limiting factor. So the universe may be what exists within time and space,
Okay,
and
well,
and God is what exists outside of
outside of
that.
then we're in total agreement. The only difference, but then we're
And
in
you want to
total
say the universe is inclusive of
everything in existence, and God exists, so God
even
is
even
also.
even what exists outside of time. So you're saying the universe also exists outside of time
So
and space.
the way I'm defining the universe is the totality of everything in existence. If God exists, then he is also the universe. Everything in existence is the universe. If you define the universe as time, space, and matter, by your definition, yes, I agree that God exists outside of that. I would
You're
agree with
saying
you.
that we exist in a limited portion of that realm,
When you say we, you mean my material body exists in a
but
limited.
also our spiritual part. That also our soul, also our spiritual aspect exists in a limited realm of the totality of what you call the universe. That God's realm is bigger than the spiritual realm that we encompass.
Um, well, yes, I think that there are different types of spirits. There are different types of. So the me is a different thing than the you. So I'm a type of spirit and you're a type of spirit, and different people have different spirits, just like there's different races or different species. So I could agree with you on that, that there are different types of us.
Well, I'm
But
just using the word me and you, but
Mhm.
I'm referring to the created versus the creator, and saying there's the created material realm,
Uh-huh.
there's the created spiritual realm, and the God exists. There's an existence of a higher level of God than even the created. Kind of say, well, you're the created, not the creator. You're not
Yes.
the God that I worship. You're created. You're not creator. And even though we have a soul, and the soul is part of the creator, but the soul is in a lesser realm than the potentiality of God. So even the spiritual realm, even every spiritual height that could be mentioned, they're saying I'm postulating a God that's bigger than that, and so the truth level, saying like no matter what power that you have to perceive, the highest of highs, that what I'm calling truth exists beyond that.
Okay. Okay. So
And if you're saying like no, you could penetrate to the realm of high to say no, this is true, um, and that's why if you put it like in a function level of like okay, you've got up to 0.999, and truth exists at one, but that the differentiate between creator and created, that truth exists at the creator level, and as created, we can't penetrate that level to the truth, to the level of the creator.
okay. So um, because God encompasses everything, because God is all things, because God is all powerful, the only thing that God could create is itself. That's the only thing that God could create is itself. Okay, so all we are different aspects of God. Me, Renell, I am just one tiny little fraction of an aspect of this creator. So there's a part of the creator that's Renell, and there's a part of the creator that's David, and there's a part of the creator that's Jennifer. That's what we are. All the same characters of the same dreamer. So God would be the dreamer of the universe, and we are all characters of that dream that it creates. It creates this reality. In the same way, you know that mind creates reality because you do it all the time in your dreams or in your imaginations. You have the power to do what God does because
Well, so
you're
we
an
get
aspect
back
of
to
God.
how do you define truth then? And so I'm defining truth as something that's beyond our absolute limits. That
Well, then
truth is there, but we're limited by being created. And even though we're part of the creator, that the whatever the truth is, it's beyond the potentiality of the created.
no, I disagree. I think
And
that
if you're saying okay, you're because we're not created, that how does it understand we're part of God, but we're still created? Uh, or if you want to use a different terminology, But I mean, I could see the theoretically what you're saying at the level of even just the abstract logic of it, saying like, well, um, you might even call Mayavadi philosophy, saying like, well, everything is God, I'm God, you're God, so therefore I could know the highest levels of truth.
Well, no, I think animals could understand the highest level of truth. I don't think the truth is that difficult. I think the reason why humans are having such difficulties is because humans make it difficult on themselves, not because the truth is difficult. Humans make it difficult. I mean, I think animals discover the meaning of the universe and live fulfilled lives like constantly. I think every human has the ability to do it too. It's just that we also have the ability to like kind of mess ourselves up by overthinking everything. But
We were
the
switching
universe
words like the
the
meaning
universe
versus truth, and so if you're, I mean, so these are all just words that we use to classify various ideas, and
Yeah, I think it kind of makes the point that it's fundamentally just an emotional preference,
that what is an emotional preference?
alignment with particular belief.
Well, it could be an emotional preference, but if a lion jumped out and was growling, one person could believe it's not going to attack, and the other person could believe it will attack. One of them is right, and one of them is wrong. So beliefs, I mean, beliefs can be wrong and beliefs can be right because there is an objective
That is
truth.
very true, but then we kind of have to make a distinction, like, is the type of convo that we're having, is it really like that? Is it really on the level of the extreme, what the lion represents, or is it a more sort of subtle distinction?
Well, any truth that I deal with are truths that must be true because they cannot be. There's no other way that it could be. So again, like when I said the universe is infinite, there's no other way it could be.
yeah, but it sounds like when you say that you're saying that that's truth because of the laws of logic.
No, no, not because of the laws of logic, because it's neither logic nor illogical. Like
It sounds to
it's
me
not,
like you're making an argument from absolute necessity.
I don't know what that means. What I'm doing is making an observation. Like we are on the internet right now. I mean, this that we're on the internet right now doesn't take great thought, doesn't require philosophical thinking. We are on the internet right now. We are having this discussion on the internet right now. That is true. So I mean, there are certain truths like the fact that we are having this conversation on the internet that is just true and it's factual. If someone said that we weren't doing it, that person would be wrong. You see, and in the same way, um, I guess like
I mean,
so,
Jennifer's basically in your, I guess your same school of thought. Although I mean, her background is more math and physics, actually. A degree in math and physics,
mhm.
and tries to represent these concepts, like mathematically and physically. Although, yeah, I would say that generally you're of the same belief system.
Mhm. Well,
Although,
because
saying you're trying. If I mean, we still didn't get to the part of like, so what does it mean that you're creating a movement or a religion? Like, so if it's true, it's true whether we believe it or not. And saying if you're just trying to like, come up with a theory and convince people, like write a scientific paper versus like T jump or something like that, you're trying to create an institute. Like you're just saying like, this is the truth. I wrote a little dissertation. I'm going to publish it in a journal, and that's it. Either you understand or you don't, or you're actually creating um some sort of movement or institute, or like, yeah, I'm not sure exactly. What, so what are you trying to do with this? I mean, because last time we spoke, it just sounded like, okay, you had some enlightenment and you're trying to share it. You wrote a book, you're speaking to people, and now you're actually, sort of say, creating a institute. And as opposed to like me and Jennifer, we're trying to write papers, publish papers and get them published and put into like reputable journals. And so what's the difference in your truth to say like, okay, so why don't you write a paper and submit it to a journal, as opposed to why are you opening up a like a pantheist church?
well, these papers that I would submit it to, these are heavily, very biased papers with Western style philosophy. There's a like a mentality that the Western philosophy is the philosophy that we should all fall back on, and I would disagree with that. I think a lot of Western philosophy is nonsense. Um, it doesn't make sense. That's why Westerners can't figure out the universe. Not because the universe doesn't make sense, because Western philosophy doesn't make sense. That's why it's so difficult to figure out. In the same way, like maybe in the Arab world, they might have difficulty understanding women. Like it's just so difficult for them to understand women. But it's not that women are difficult to understand. It's their philosophy on women is incorrect. Western philosophy on the universe is wrong and overly complicated. The universe itself is
System you
incredibly
operate
simple.
in, it was all systems are limiting, but you have to operate within a system, and so you could try to create an alternative system, or to use the existing system, or you could postulate that you're not creating a system, you're tapping into this true system that exist, even like theoretical Freemasonry or something like that, where he's saying, well, this system theoretically exists whether you realize it or not. And then like a magician or something, because I figured out the nature of the universe in a way that corresponds to reality, that you'll be able to manifest things, um like in a scientific way, like make predictions and demonstrate it. Or as opposed to saying, well, this is the system we got, so do your best to operate within the system as is. So like, okay, like money or something, like money's kind of dumb, but that's the system that operates as is. Or any of these things, power, elections, religion, saying you could operate within the church, or you could go against the church. And any of these systems that are all limiting factors, but they're structures that if you operate within them, you could use them. And I mean, you could potentially argue you could use them even if you're not operating within them, but that has to be demonstrated. Like, so to say, like, you could be saying things that are at odds with major universities, but still invited to give keynote addresses at universities. But you're more likely to be invited to speak at universities if you're within the system. Just like if you run for Congress and you get elected, that's some level what is power. But I mean, I agree with you about the systems, but so to say, we're trying to operate within the system and without the system, both at the same time. And I mean, maybe I don't know what you're thinking on that. Like, I mean, so what is it exactly you're trying to do?
So what I'm trying to do right now is to present the truth in the way the truth was presented to me. The truth healed me. Right now, I'm totally fulfilled in my life. I love life. If I died right now, I would die with a smile on my face. I don't need to do anything. I don't attach myself to this world. I don't. I don't care about it. I don't need it. Like me doing what I'm doing right now is the equivalent of a painter painting. The painter doesn't need to do it. The painter has a love of doing it. And the reason why I put out this truth is because the truth heals. So things that are incorrect, like the idea that life has no purpose, that idea is not just, is Spider-Man stronger or is the Hulk stronger? It's not just nonsense talk. It affects real lives. It affects real minds. If people don't think that life has any purpose, they act differently in the real world. So it's important that people understand what is true, because what people believe is true affects the way they behave. People behave the way they're behaving right now because of what they think is true. So that's why I'm putting out what is actually true.
So I mean, if you were, like I said, with the systems, like we were talking about, like publishing in a journal or something,
Mm-hmm.
but let's say if you were to identify that truth and what healed you as Jesus Christ,
Mm-hmm.
then you could operate within this church.
Mm-hmm.
But you said, like, no, it wasn't Jesus Christ. It might be the same force that people identify as Jesus Christ, but you're not identifying that as Jesus Christ. You're identifying it as the universe, as some pantheistic, panpsychic force that therefore you can't operate within the church. But if you did identify it as Jesus Christ, you could go around speaking in churches. So if you're trying to be independent of these dogmatic systems, that you're talking to your friendly pantheists Doovid and Jennifer that have a small YouTube program. But I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like, if you identified that force as Jesus Christ or Allah, then you could operate within these large existing structures of the church or the mosque. But you're saying, like, no, this force, this truth you're identifying is not Jesus or Allah. um, and therefore you have to operate in an independent system that you'd have to create for yourself.
Well, you could call this entity Jesus. You can call it Muhammad. You can call it Suzanne. You could call it Santa Claus if you wanted to. Like what you call it is irrelevant. The reason why I wouldn't say it was
You
Jesus.
can't speak in a church if you said that.
Yeah.
I'm just making the point that I agree with you. That's why me and Jennifer, like I say, pantheist leanings, and I say I'm still a Jew,
Mhm.
but in essence, I'm a pantheist, and I agree with your sentiment. I don't think that there's an exclusivity on the truth like that. But that would be I wouldn't be honored in synagogue because, uh, because that's just not what I believe. Like I believe, like you, I speak to God, I feel God, and I feel this independent God from the structures that are accepted. But that that leaves like so me and Jennifer have a stream. We have a handful of people that agree with us, as opposed to the these large existing networks that are in existence that to me, probably to you or Jennifer, are not indicative of what the truth actually is, although might have a portion or part of the truth in it.
Yeah, well, the reason why I'm coming up, well, I'm saying something completely different than Christians and Muslims. I'm saying something completely different than I think. Well, I have a complete model of the universe that I put out there. This is this is a brand new religion. This is a brand new way of seeing it. That's why I'm independent, because I have an independent philosophy.
But I mean, when God speaks to Moses at the burning bush and tells him to go speak to Pharaoh and let the Jewish people out of Egypt. And Moses says, like, I'm just someone who stutters. Why was anyone going to listen to me? Who are you? And said, well, I'm the same God who spoke to Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. And, so if Jesus is coming in the line of, the Hebrew prophets or Muhammad, Allah, the same God that revealed the Quran, is the same God who, so if you take a Freemasonic approach, like, if you're in the, the AME church or something like that, like a modern day prophet, but it's saying, no, the same prophet that spoke to the Hebrew, the biblical prophets is speaking to me. And you're saying, no, I'm a pantheist. And maybe you could even, um, I'll call myself occasionally a Freemason. I'm not an initiated Freemason, but in that aspect to say, well, the spirit of God that, spoke to all great men, great women, people of truth. That's the force that's speaking to me, independent of a tradition. So you say, whatever truth has been revealed to any great personality, that same God who revealed that to them is revealing it to you. As opposed to like the Moses is the God who spoke to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Well, I think the same God speaks to all of us. So the same God that speaks to me is the same God that speaks to the bees and lets them know how to make honey. Is the same God that speaks to me and allows me to know what the universe is like. So it's the same God speaking to all of us.
I mean, you're not a prophetic tradition; you're a pantheist, and you're saying that really what you accessed is from your perception accessible to everybody. You don't have
Everybody.
to be from like a prophetic tradition.
No.
You're calling yourself a pantheist. You're saying like, no, I mean, God is the universe. God is here, accessible for everybody. You don't have to convert to any religion. God is here.
Well, God is here. God is for everybody. And no, you don't have to be in a specific religion. No.
I mean,
To know
Jennifer actually proposes initiation.
God.
So I mean, she has some perspective, like great masters, and taking initiation from like like a guru with a like a Hindu type system. So you don't have to initiate anybody. That you don't have to like any deep secrets. You're saying whatever however you woke up to it, you're full confidence that anybody without subscribing to a system or a form of initiation could wake up just the same.
So, well, I guess like what I'm saying is like, even I have like specific truths that are true because they must be true, like I've mentioned before. That is one of the aspects of this religion. The second part is what I would actually call religion. And the word religion, the way I would define it, it just means culture. So if you call yourself a Jew and that's your religion, I would just say that is your culture. I'm not from that culture. So I do create culture in New Pantheism. So we do have like goals in New Pantheism, like helping the homeless. Helping homeless people is not the truth. Helping homeless people is not like a fact of the universe. That is something that we choose to do as New Pantheists because that's our culture. So I do develop a culture that people could be a part of, people could follow, and try to set goals that I think are helpful in society, and that is our religion. But
From like rituals
religion and truth are two different things.
Well, it's okay. Like I'm a Jew, so I go to synagogue and everybody does the same rituals. You know, like Hanukkah's coming, and like if you're Jewish, like you know what that means. You know what you're going to do.
Hmm.
You're like, okay, helping the homeless is a value that's shared by most religions, but the rituals, the holiday cycle are different, and that's what creates community. To saying that when the holiday comes, people of the same religion, they know they know what to expect. They're part of this tradition that maybe their ancestors did or the community did, and they get together, and then they do the rituals, they chant the mantras, light the candles or whatever is part of their uh, cultural experience. And I mean, so sometimes you could try to create something like that, or I mentioned Freemasonry, like that still created rituals that would be for the sake of community building, but are symbolic. The rituals, or you're saying that there's no reason to create rituals, or you're saying you support all rituals, but you don't have um, that aspect of a religion that requires rituals, that requires holidays, that requires like, okay, if you opened up a church and what day are you going to meet, and it's just arbitrary, like holidays, and you're saying, well, holidays are arbitrary. um, how do you create community around that? I mean, really be the same question for T Jump, to say that, like, in that point, what's the difference between you and T Jump creating an atheistic church and a pantheistic church? I mean, obviously he's an atheist, you're a pantheist, but I mean, the point of, well, what are you going to do there? What's the point?
Well, humans need rituals. Humans need community. So that's why I'm setting a community like that up. So if I'm setting a community and Moses set up a community and Muhammad set up a community, why is my community better? Or what is the
Well, I
advantage?
said, what are you going to do? So, I
Okay.
mean, like if you're Muslim, you know, when you get to mosque, you know what you're going to do. They're going to have their prayer service, the holidays. But I'm saying that you don't have a tradition like that. Just, I'm comparing you to T Jump like that, to saying, like, well, what are you going to, what's going to happen at your church?
Well,
You're
I
like,
mean,
I know what's going to happen when you go to mosque. I know what happens when you go to synagogue or Hindu temple. Like, I don't know what happens when you go to an atheistic or a pantheistic, church, so to say.
There's
well,
someone in the audience who would like to know what your view on astrology is.
astrology. I don't have good evidence right now to believe it. That does not mean it's false. I just don't know enough about it. So that would be my answer.
That's a good place to start. George wants
Yeah.
to know if T Jump is a theist. Like, he's always called himself an atheist in the debates, but he does also want to open a church. So there you go.
Well, I'm comparing you to T Jump, not in your belief, but I'm saying that you have a new movement that doesn't have prescribed rituals. So, like, what are you going to do? It's like T Jump, like, it's just kind of dumb. Like, what are you going to open up an atheist church and do what? So I'm saying, like, okay, so I agree with your philosophy, but, like, I don't see how your philosophy is conducive to like a church. Like, if you do yoga or something like that, but, like, what are you going to do there? Like, what's the purpose? Like, why would someone join? It's saying, if it's just like a philosophical, intellectual, or even spiritual club that we have conversations like this, or you could share your wisdom, but like, what are you going to do there?
Well, I mean, well, people hang out all the time and come up with things to do. Like we human beings develop our own culture. So the difference between the culture that I'm developing is that every single person who wants to be a part of this culture will know that God does not mandate any of it. And that is the biggest difference between this religion and, say, Judaism and Islam or Christianity. Like I
That's why
would
they're
never.
cultures, because I mean, you could say it's a mythological that God mandated, but that's why Judaism's a culture, because there's a culture that, like, Hanukkah's coming, like, you're a Jew, you know what Hanukkah is, and whether it's mythological or true or not doesn't change the fact that, like, if you're a Jew, like, okay, there's a holiday coming up, and we're gonna light some candles, and everyone knows what to do. um as opposed to your pantheistic church, like, there's no holiday coming up, there's no reason why everyone should get together and do something.
Well, no, but there is reason, because human beings like to come together in a common good. And I would say this is a lot healthier, because what you're bringing up, like Hanukkah and stuff like that. These are very good rituals. But what about like the killing of homosexuals? What about like the stoning of children? Not that Jews do that, but when you start telling people that the rules in a culture are mandated by God, it holds people back mentally. People have to know that people are setting these traditions. When people know that people are setting traditions, then traditions can change. So, for example, if we have a tradition of slavery, and if people understand that slavery is not mandated by God, they realize that human beings are creating slavery and human beings could stop doing it. When human beings understand that human beings are creating laws, then we know that we could change those laws. When human beings think that laws come from God, they think that they cannot be changed. So if God says slavery is good, that means slavery is going to be with humans for the rest of our time because human beings think there's nothing we can do to stop it. God has mandated it. So I highly disagree with cultures that say God is mandating this culture.
Well, yeah, I mean, but it's still cultures in totality that has good or bad. So you say, okay, well, historically, my ancestors did these things, and I've distanced themselves, or I've picked and choose from um, some of my historic culture that we celebrate Hanukkah, but we don't, God forbid, execute homosexuals anymore, have slavery, even though both of those are historically part of, so to say, my culture. Um, but it's still the greater aspect of the culture that, and part of the culture, God forbid, is the history of what the culture was, or changing. But I mean, it's difficult questions in like the truth level to say. Cultures are, so to say, small capital T true, but they're not, big capital T true. So I mean,
Mhm.
it's true that this is what our ancestors did, and this is why we do it today, and maybe we changed a little bit. So like Hanukkah, like it may not be capital T true, but it's lowercase t true, or like Christmas or something like that. It's lowercase t true, meaning to say that this is our culture, this is what our ancestors have done for hundreds of years, and we continue to do it just because we're moving in that direction. And that's what we were talking about earlier, operating within the system, to say, like, well, if you identified that force as Jesus Christ, if you didn't believe it, then at least you could operate within the existing system of the church. But if you're identifying something separate from the church, then you can't operate within that, that church system. And so a lot of times, it's very difficult to create your own role, and then for other people to recognize the role that you've created as being authentic, and or even to create their own roles, as opposed to just applying and conforming yourself to existing roles that exist. God forbid. So, I mean, it's very complicated, and maybe bring Jennifer in here, because I mean, to differentiate how she sees this, because she's a self-declared pantheist also, but she has more Hindu leanings, and also ascribes to initiation.
Um, it's an impersonal concept of initiation, ultimately, but sure. Uh, what is the topic exactly?
Well, we're just talking about. I found. I mean,
Well, I,
but
I think I think we're talking
I'm
about
enjoying hearing your thoughts, and where this is kind of just how I communicate. So, hoping you're enjoying this also, Renell. But this is kind of just what I do. So I was trying to bring Jennifer in to this, and because I just enjoy talking about spirituality, or trying to understand other people's perspectives, especially about your belief systems. But it's because Jennifer actually self-proclaims to ascribe to the same belief system as you, that maybe I'll take a break and let her do the talking.
I'm not sure what to say other than I'm really happy for you. And were you traveling? Could you maybe talk a little bit about, give us like highlight reel of how that
Myself?
went?
My travels?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was traveling in Asia for a little over 2 years. I started in Vietnam, then I went to Cambodia. After Cambodia, I was in Korea, and that's where we did our first interview while I was in Korea. And now I'm in Las Vegas. I pretty much just hop around the world. I'm pretty much a free spirit type thing. I have no attachments to any place. I'm a minimalist, so I don't really have like too many bills. I don't have too many possessions. I pretty much live the life of a monk, I guess.
Well, me and Jennifer also self-identify as Hindus.
Okay. I don't know enough about Hinduism to call
I
myself
don't
one.
tend to self-identify as a Hindu, but
Mhm.
everybody calls me a Hindu to the point where it's like, I'm not going to argue over something. Like, I'm not going to die on the hill of I'm not a Hindu when so many of my beliefs line up with Hinduism so much, or what people call Hinduism. I mean, it's a bit complicated. But yeah, it's been super interesting to hear the different perspectives.
Yeah, I did actually didn't even know that I was a pantheist until Jennifer wrote me saying, "Hello, my fellow pantheists," and I was like, "What is that? A pantheist?" And then I found out that I actually was one based on what I believe.
Well,
But
Yeah, that I think that was when you went on T-Jobs. I was like, this
Yeah.
guy's awesome.
well, because
I'm really glad
pantheism
you
is
could
more a
come back.
philosophy than a religion.
I'm sorry.
Pantheism's a philosophical school more than a religion. Just like atheism, pantheism, dualism are philosophical schools and not religious positions. I mean, they're your belief system, your understanding of the world.
So I can see that, and I'm turning it into one. I'm doing like kind of like a denomination of it, in the same way like a Catholic is a denomination of Christianity, where some people might say Christianity itself is not really a religion.
I mean, a lot of native traditions, some Hindu traditions, pagan traditions are considered in the realm of pantheism. And
Absolutely.
but it's like you're not prescribing to like a native tradition. You're not um, you're like doing some like rituals, some like fire sacrifices, or you don't have like a totem pole or some method of
It just sounds like his whole
worshiping
life
the
is
universe.
a ritual. He says he's living like a monk.
Yes, it's pretty much my entire life. So what I do
I
with
mean, there's a
people,
clear distinction. I mean, it's because I like going to things. Since the last few years in COVID-19, I really haven't. But saying like if the local Native American tribe or like a European pagan or Hindu invited me to their ceremony, I would probably show up. Like, I mean, if you were in Metro Detroit and you were conducting some sort of ceremony, I mean, if you were giving like a lecture at a bookstore, I might also show up. But I'm saying if you were actually conducting a service, like I might be interested in partake in your ceremony. But the thing that's a lot of those would be a lot of those Indian, pagan, Hindu traditions that could be described as pantheistic. They still have acts of worship and rituals to to actively worship the universe or to invoke some sort of effect. uh, like so that if you had a church and like someone got married or had a child, if you're a priest of the movement, could you conduct a wedding? What happens when someone has a child? Saying there's associated rituals. And so the meaning of the rituals is you're pantheistic and say, well, what does the ritual mean? What does it mean that we have a fire pit and we're like tossing grains into the fire pit? Or like, what does it mean that they've made some deity form or whatever? And you say, well, philosophically it's a pantheistic belief system that explains the ritual, as
well,
opposed to just philosophically you're a pantheist. But like, what do you do? Saying,
okay.
well, it
So
sounds like you're just a philosopher. I mean,
so
maybe you meditate and you pray, but say, do you have prayers to teach people? Saying that you're going to come to saying like, if you don't know how to, like I was saying to Jennifer, we were talking about writing because we're working on writing, but the Psalms and King David, the theory that King David will open your heart to the words of God. If you don't know how to talk to God, you could recite Psalms and open your heart to talking to God by repeating the words of King David's Psalms. And if you were going to say in the same way where you've developed prayers and mantras in order to help people connect to God, they could repeat your words and your prayers, and that would help them connect to God, and then that would develop a ritual, like that if you became big and started traveling around, that you'd have like songs and chants and prayers that everybody would do together.
I mean, I'm sure we could develop that, but what I do now is help people let go. That is how people like understand God, by letting go, by understanding their authentic self. So, for example, with me, what I had to let go of, one of the biggest things I let go of in my life was being black. Like growing up as a black American carries weight with it. I'm supposed to be something, and so
The role identity, like I was talking about. I mean,
what
your skin color is still the same complexion, your family historical identity is the same, but the false role that you were playing, you're no longer playing this false role. You've created your own role because you saw that that role wasn't true.
Exactly. Well, now I have my authentic role. I'm no longer a black male. I'm no longer male. I'm no longer American. I am me because I know who me is now. And what I do is help people find them so that they're not trapped in living life as something that they're not. So that is one of the main things I help people with. And I do that by describing how the universe works, by telling them why what I'm saying is true. So I help them with that. But yes, rituals. Um, Absolutely, getting together, talking politics, talking what not politics, obviously, um, but like worldview. So like the idea that God is in everything, it changes your worldview. So like a pantheist, uh, or a new pantheist wouldn't be for like destroying the rainforest, or eugenics. So this idea or this truth does give us like a worldview. Do you see what I'm saying? If we saw little girls weren't able to go to school in some country, we wouldn't support that because of the view that God is in those girls. So
Well,
they
we got the ahimsa principle. Like, I mean, that's the Hindu term for the non-harm, the limitation of suffering. So
so
I mean,
but
it's related to it's a Hindu principle. You could possibly try to derive it philosophically from pantheism, but I mean, it sounds like you're saying also you're a adherent to the ahimsa principle, meaning to of non-harm, limitation of harm, and so your goal is to minimize suffering and to help people relieve themselves from their suffering and to cause less suffering to other humans in the environment in the universe in totality.
so everything I'm saying is going to be from something. So what I'm saying could be from Hindus, and Hindus got it from some other people.
Well, the
From
Himsa
some,
principles in Hindu scriptures like is a an element of truth in the universe, that there's this principle of truth called ahimsa, which means nonviolence, and that saying that it's good to limit suffering. If there's such a thing as suffering, damage, and you could make it less, that's inherently good. And it's stated in Vedic scripture that that's the case. You try to derive it from logic, and I don't know if you accept I mean, it sounds like you were saying you do promote the ahimsa principle. You don't call it the ahimsa principle, but you do promote and believe in the ahimsa principle. I mean, generally, it's pretty acceptable. I mean, if T jump, you say, okay, like he would still maybe agree to the ahimsa principle, but
I
doesn't.
really don't think he would. He would just say everyone should have their own, computer program they can play forever, where they can never get hurt by anyone under any circumstances. I don't know that he would.
Well, he doesn't think it's
He
fundamentally
says
true.
that an involuntary imposition of will is immoral. If you can torture some sense out of that one.
Well, I mean, if you're saying that, okay, we're all God, we're all part of the universe, and if you cause damage to yourself or to another or to the universe, you're only harming yourself, or that there's some sort of karmatic action reaction system where when we cause harm into the universe, it comes back to harm us. And it's one of the most essential parts of the Hindu belief system, separate from the ritual, but saying the belief system that goes along with many times a pantheistic view of the world, uh, sometimes dualistic. But I'm not sure if you're also like it sounded like you were saying that that if you're helping others by limiting suffering and just
Well,
advising them to how to free themselves of their own suffering, and then how to cause less suffering in the world in general.
so what I would say is that if you allowed every single person on Earth to do whatever they wanted with zero consequences, there'd be zero consequences. You could do whatever you want. You're going to find that a lot of people are going to go out killing people, harming people, because they're free to do it and there's no consequences. But also in that, you're going to see that a lot of people will help the people who are being harmed, and they'll do it with no benefit, with no reward. They just want to do it. It's because that's who they are. Those people who it's who they are to help others, those are the people I'm trying to gather. Those are the people, they have it in them to do it. They don't need a reward. It is who they are.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's somewhat, you would call that the Jesus principle of taking suffering upon yourself. But also within a belief system, just saying that, well, there's karma, and in the Mosaic sense, to say the righteous are rewarded and the wicked are punished, and to say, okay, well, I'll accept suffering upon myself, even though I may not. But I still believe that I'm going to be rewarded. I still believe that wicked people get punished and the righteous get rewarded. But my actions are not dependent upon my reward or the downfall of the wicked. Although my belief system is that that's a natural function of the universe. That the universe balance. It's like a conservation of matter and energy, conservation of karma. That wicked deeds, wicked deeds get cause bad karma and lead to punishment, and good deeds cause good karma and lead to reward. What are your feelings on reward and punishment, and karma in general?
Yeah, I don't think that my deeds do anything for me and my relationship with God. So my relationship with God is absolute. So I could go out right now and kill and massacre people. It's not going to change God's feelings towards me because God loves me for who I am, not what I do.
Well, I didn't necessarily state that affected your soul or your position with God, but I think that there's, so you say you don't believe that there's some sort of balance of force, that what goes around comes around. It doesn't matter your position with God. If you do bad deeds, there will be negative consequences, and if you do good deeds, there'll be good consequences. That it's a built-in force in the universe, independent of anything. That wicked people and righteous people still have the connection to God, but just like there's man's law, and then there's fundamental karmatic laws that balance, to say that no, I'm saying that it doesn't matter who you are. If like the tree falls in the forest and no one hears it. Like if someone kills a person, there's no witnesses, they're not going to get away with it. That there's some natural force in the universe that will balance it out. If you think that natural force you don't believe exists, or you think that that the connection to God could like you could um trump that, or cause some imbalance in the equations.
So what I'm saying is that the reason why God quote unquote loves me is because that's the part of God I am. Remember, we are all just reflections of God.
Why doesn't
So
it have anything to do with love of God? I'm just talking
with the,
metaphysics. If someone does a good deed
mhm,
or a bad deed, irregardless of God's love for them,
mhm.
that there's something in the universe that balances it out.
Yes.
That
So
I mean, let's say God loves everybody, but it
no.
doesn't change the fact that when someone does bad,
Yeah.
that causes bad karma and causes bad to happen to them. And when someone does good, it causes good karma and causes good things to happen to them. Or you're rejecting that there's some metaphysical principle like that that operates.
No, I don't think God loves everybody. I would disagree with that 100%.
I'm not talking about love.
Well,
I'm talking
You
about a
said it's because
metaphysical.
of who you are, not what you do.
exactly. It's because of who you are. So you're a reflection of God. So those quote unquote evil people have an evil relationship with God because that's the part of God they are. So the suffering that they will experience is being them. Like having to be them is suffering. Getting to be me is awesome. I don't need a reward. Getting to be me is the reward. I love me. I mean, it's to be in here is like the most beautiful place ever.
But
So getting to be me
you're,
is the
when
reward.
you're talking about something different than
But
I mean, it's
fulfillment,
interesting
fulfillment.
your thoughts. That's fine, but I was getting it more. The fundamental question of the existence of karma.
Well, not karma
That
in the
that
way.
that saying, okay, like if I, whether I'm evil or good, even if those classifiers exist, that if I do something good, that it causes some storehouse of what we call good karma
Mhm.
that is there, that eventually will be evened out, causing that good thing to happen to me, and the same with bad, and that's independent of the person's relationship with God. If a person can be an atheist, a believer, a person can have a wicked heart or a good heart, that there's an independent force of karma and law, that when you do something good, there's a reciprocation in the universe, and when you do something bad, there's a reciprocation of equal and opposite effect.
Okay, so maybe we could call it heaven and hell. Like, so are there things that get people to heaven, and are there things that get people to hell? The people who are quote unquote going to heaven have already been decided. The people who are quote unquote going to hell have already been decided. These people are going to their destination. The universe already exists. The future is already there. Like we
Well,
just
you
haven't
can talk about
experienced it yet.
heaven or hell. I mean, if you're a
Well,
pantheist, generally say that you reject heaven and hell.
I'm
You're
using
saying
your
that
language.
pantheist is generally, I mean, you're saying that heaven and hell exist in the universe, but I
Okay,
mean, I would say, Jennifer's position on
Heaven and
pantheism.
hell is not a matter of whether you're alive or dead.
Yeah, I'm just referring to, like, if you go outside
uh-huh.
and, regardless of anything, if and there's someone in need, and you help them out, that there's a storehouse, and that good will be returned to you. And God forbid, if you go out and there's someone there and you cause them harm for no reason, that there's a storehouse, and that harm will be stored for you and returned. That as a believer in karma, I think that's fundamental, and I believe that that exists. And as I argue with T Jump about that, that there is some fundamental um, force of karma, like a law of science, that like a conservation of karma, that if you do something good, it's stored and returned. If you do something bad, it's stored and returned. And
Well,
that's regardless of a person's enlightenment or awareness. You could be that it's like a bank account. Like, if you spend $5, you put $5 in the bank, it's there for you. If you borrow $5, you got to pay it back. And it doesn't matter who you are or your relationship with God. There's just a fundamental part of nature. When you do something good, it stores up that good for you, and when you do something bad, it stores up that bad for you. Whether it paid in the next day, or in this world, or the next world, but there's some conservation principle to it. And I mean, Hindu use the word karma. In Hebrew, you use the word reward and punishment.
not in the way that you mean it, because when I say God, I'm talking about the thing that causes everything to happen in the universe. God, that consciousness, causes everything to happen. So if your car got stolen, God caused that to happen. I mean, if a child gets killed, God caused that. God causes everything to happen in the universe. There's nothing that happens in the universe that God didn't cause. So there is no
Yeah,
like
I
good and
agree
bad
with that.
deeds in the way that you mean it.
Well, I'm talking about an abstract conservation of karma principle, that, I mean, necessitates that God causes everything, or that, but it's saying that in a metaphysical realm, good and bad is stored and conserved.
I don't believe in good and bad the way that you mean it. Like a deed is good or a deed is bad. That's human beings putting that on it. So if my car gets stolen, is that bad? It's bad for me, but it's good for the thief. Like, I
Well, I
mean,
mean,
is
if
slavery
you
bad?
relate it to something abstract like the ahimsa principle, where good is the diminishment of suffering and bad is the increasing of suffering. So if I go out into the world and decrease suffering, then there's some aspect of I'm the one who diminished that suffering, and therefore my suffering will be proportionally diminished, or if I go out and increase suffering, that is recorded and my suffering will be increased.
No, I don't.
I'm
I
putting
think that
like a
that's too much.
law of, like a scientific, a metaphysical law in the same way of energy and gravity.
I
That
don't.
I'll use the word good and bad, but you could put it to ahimsa, to suffering, to pain. But it is making a metaphysical claim that that's a factual part of the universe. I believe that this metaphysical law of the universe is factual.
You believe it's true. You believe it's
Yeah, I believe
objectively
that
true.
is true. That
Okay.
so comes around goes around. That if you use the biblical expression, the righteous are rewarded, the wicked are punished. I prefer the Hindu terminology is more scientific. You just say karma, and like good and bad. But if you want to put it like in ahimsa terms, like to say, like you can't sin and get away with it. That is saying that there's conservation laws. There's no such thing as sinning and getting away with it, because karma is conserved. That that there's no such thing as doing good deeds and not being rewarded. Although saying my action, say the Jesus principle, to that, okay, I will suffer on behalf of others. I believe in the laws of karma and that I do good, I'll be rewarded for it. But I accept the Jesus principle that I'm willing to suffer on behalf of others and ask for nothing in return. Like I do good deeds and expect nothing in return, even though I believe in karma and God, that I will be rewarded for my good deeds. But I still do good deeds, say, accept the suffering of others upon myself and expect nothing in return, even though I believe that I will be rewarded for that.
Yeah. Again, I don't believe that certain acts are good. I think those are cultural things. I think that's where the ego, the human ego, comes in. So a lot of people think,
Or say diminishment of suffering. I mean, if you,
no, but
how are you
I'm not
going to
calling it
define
good.
good? I mean, you
I'm not
say that
call.
diminishment of suffering is not good or bad. You're saying that if someone just hurts hurts some innocent force for no reason, saying that that's bad. If someone helps someone that was suffering for no benefit, that's good.
Okay, well, human beings, from my perspective, something's good and bad. So, from my perspective, if my car got stolen, that would be bad. That's from my perspective. It's not universally bad that my car got stolen. So now the universe has to repay something back because my car got stolen. Do you see what I'm saying? If I was driving over the speed limit, is that bad? Is that universally bad to drive over the speed limit? Is it universally bad to not pay my taxes on time? Like this idea that things are good and bad, that's cultural. That's completely cultural. That has nothing to do with like the objective truth of the universe.
Well, if you tie it to suffering, it's okay. You're like,
You can tie it to whatever you
if
want.
someone stole my car, God forbid, it's bad for me, and maybe it's good for the person who stole my car. Like, like it's bad for like maybe suffering is um conserved. Just okay, the suffering that I lost from not having my car was gained by the person in my car, but you believe that God runs the world, and that you can't sin and get away with it. That the person who that if I didn't deserve to have my car stolen, God will uh, you reward me in a different way, and the person who stole my car will suffer the consequences of their action, even if not through the hand of man, but through the power of natural forces.
Well, I
That,
would
that
say,
you can't be a thief and get away with it. That a person, you might be able to steal something, not get caught by the hands of man, but there's something in the universe that says you can't do it and get away with it, because there's some metaphysical principle in the universe that say, okay, well, maybe person could become a serial killer and not get caught. Like give the tree falls in the forest and no one hears it. Like a person commits a crime and there's no witnesses and they don't feel sorry. Did they get away with it? Say, well, no, I believe there's a metaphysical principle that if a person commits a crime and there's no witnesses and they don't feel bad, they still don't get away with it, because there's metaphysical principles. And also on the flip side, that if you do a good deed and it only causes pain upon yourself for doing it, that like you didn't lose. There's some sort of metaphysical principle that maintains the balance.
Well, the reason why I would have to thoroughly disagree with that is because, for example, you brought up an example of a thief, like someone who steals and that building up some sort of negative karma with the universe. But we know that the universe wouldn't see that as negative because the universe creates thieves. Like in certain animals are created, and the only way they can survive is by stealing. So the universe creates certain animals for the purposes of stealing, scavenging, and like stealing from other predators. I mean, so the universe has no problem with theft. It creates stealing animals. Do you see what I'm saying? And human beings steal, animals steal. Like the universe creates thievery, and
Yeah, I
thievery.
was saying that there's a balance. I didn't say like like there's hot and cold, and there's an average temperature, and there's very people who are doing good and bad at various levels, but there's
What is good and
average.
bad?
There's
What is good and what are they? What is someone doing that's good, and what is someone doing
if
that's bad? Like how are you defining this?
if you call the the basic, I'll use the ahimsa principle, that good is minimizing suffering and bad is increasing suffering, and that say there's an absolute balance. So say, okay, someone has to kill to eat. I'm a vegetarian, but even the vegetables or whatever that I cause, just my very existence causes some form of damages. Just the fact that I have an ownership of property, um, whatever level of suffering, but that in my interaction with the universe, with other created beings, with other humans, with animals and the environment, um, like my ecological footprint, that I could be damaging, or I could be uh, a remedy, and that if I'm damaging, that there's some balancing force that recognizes that I'm the one who caused this damage, and stores that negative, called karma. It's a tough, metaphysical to explain how this works. Or if I'm the one who is, remedying, healing the universe, that there's some sort of metaphysical scorecard that um, keeps a balance to these things.
Yeah, but the problem is like, what are you doing that God doesn't do? So, for example, let's
Well,
say that
nothing. I didn't claim I'm doing anything. I mean, I even say that God is the maintainer. God is the force that maintains these metaphysical laws.
and maintains evil. So God maintains evil, and God is causing evil. Like everything that happens in the universe, God is causing. So all the evil, all the children suffering, that's God causing it. All the starvation, that's God causing all of that.
Yeah, I mean, allowing, causing, but
So,
yeah, I'm not necessarily rejecting that.
so then, I mean, if God is causing children to suffer, how is He mad at humans for doing it?
Well,
Like
because there's
what?
a scorecard. I mean, saying that God, in
God,
totality in the universe, there's a balance that saying that my life has pleasure and pain, and there's a balance that just because my life has pain doesn't mean that my life is all suffering, because there's also pleasure. And so God has the universe, and there's suffering within it, and you're saying God is the creator of everything, including the suffering. But suffering isn't the only thing that exists in the universe, and I'm claiming that there's some sort of conservation principles, and there's a balance, and those balances are maintained.
I would say that yes,
You're saying
balance.
a person could just cause suffering, that because obviously God does not just cause suffering. Suffering is just one of the things that God created and allows. But
I agree. No, I agree with you. I agree with you. It's just that like the things that are bad things, God does all of those bad things also. So, like, so would you say that God is bad, or is God equally good, equally bad, so it kind of cancels one another out, or how do you see that?
I mean, generally, for my belief, I would put the God as wholly good.
That's totally good.
Yeah, I mean, if you in the Epicurean trilemma, yeah, obviously the philosophical problem of evil. If God is all powerful, all knowing, and all good, why does suffering, evil exist? And there's various answers. But my belief system, the God that I worship, is all good, even though evil exists. And the level of my suffering and my worship of a God that I believe is all good and all powerful, that say my suffering is for my own benefit, or the pain and suffering that exist in the universe is overall for the good of the universe. For the example of like putting salt in food, that like a little salt makes the food taste better, a little suffering makes life more fulfilling.
Well, I agree that suffering is necessary. I think everything that exists is
Doesn't make,
necessary.
even if you put suffering as evil, the fact that evil is one of the tools that God uses in all that. I mean, it's one of the most famous philosophical problems, but say that even though God uses and created the tool of evil, that God is still all good, and I accept that in my belief system, that I worship the God that I talk to, that I worship, and that's part of the difference. I said the God that I worship is outside of the universe, so evil is something that exists within the confines of the universe. I mean, these are, I mean, really mostly Greek uh, philosophical, but they exist in Hindu and Hebraic and all systems. But that's also one of the question of evil is one of the distinctions of God being independent of the universe. To say suffering only exists within the universe and it exists for a purpose, and it doesn't negate because God is independent of the universe. The evil and suffering within the universe doesn't contradict God's goodness.
But I mean, God would also be independent of goodness. If God is independent of evil, he's also independent of goodness, because goodness also exists within the universe. Right? If God exists outside of the universe, he's independent of goodness.
Well, you could argue that logically, but it's saying like from the tenet of my belief system that the fund goodness is a fundamental attribute of God.
Okay. Well, yeah, we would have to agree to disagree, because the God that I'm talking about is above good and above evil. God causes all things. God is neither good nor bad. God just is. So, I mean, it's neither good nor bad. It just is. That's the way it is.
You could compare this with a historical understanding of the material realm as the demiurge, sort of a Stoic concept that the suffering in the material realm makes it like a hellish realm, kind of. Which
I mean,
seems
it's a
to match up with
Kabbalistic.
Doovid's idea.
Yeah, I would derive it from I guess Hebraic Kabbalistic conception, and God could even sometimes even referred to as the good. But it's a tenet. It's a presupposition. I mean, I could try to logically defend it, but it's a presupposition of my belief system that goodness is a fundamental quality of God. So I mean, we could argue the logic of it, um, or possibly contradict it. But for me, it's a presupposition to the fundamental nature of God, and then it would have implications to how you define words or how you understand things, how you understand our nature, and as I said, the distinction that we were making earlier about God being independent of the universe, and even what goodness means.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, we could agree to disagree.
Yeah, so it's just a logical necessity. Like if God is necessarily good and evil is a property of the sensuous realm, then God can't be intrinsic to the sensuous realm in some sense. At least
Yeah,
I feel like
I
that's
was
what
more
you're saying.
interested just in your views on karma.
I'm sorry, you're asking for my views on karma?
Yeah, I mean that's why why
Oh,
we get down this little discursion here of
oh,
because I was curious your views on karma, and that's so I was explaining my understanding of karma with a separate metaphysical force that balances um, good and bad, in terms of deeds and action in the universe or suffering.
yeah. So, again, like I don't believe that deeds are worth anything. I think what I would say is that God sees who you are, and who you are um, affects your deeds. So I have done a lot of quote unquote bad deeds. I've done a lot of good deeds, but God of the universe only sees who I am. So you were saying that God is only good.
But is there a
So
scorecard? I mean, saying that
there's
the
no score.
Hebraic kind of God of the Old Testament that is the judge sitting on high that has like a record of all, not only our deeds, of all of our thoughts, all of our desires, all of our every word, from the day we were born till we die, every thought we ever thought, every word we ever said, every action we ever did, every desire of our heart is known in totality before God. And like, I mean, this is the Hebraic Old Testament style, God the judge. And when we die, God will judge the totality from the day we were born till we die. Everything we ever did, thought, said, desired, felt, they're all there in totality before God. So, I mean, if you're saying that, I mean, you still, like, you have a relation, but you recognize, you're saying that that's inaccurate, or you're saying, like, no, I mean, there's some independent scorecard, and God certainly has a record of everything you ever did, everything you ever said, everything you ever thought, every desire of your heart, that God, what we're calling God, um, has access to the scorecard.
Well, again, I don't think you're doing anything. I think God does all things. So I mean, there's nothing that you are doing that's going to change anything, because you don't have the power to change anything in the universe. So like
Okay,
everything,
we can talk about how you're saying that, but it's saying that the scorecard, that you accept or believe that the scorecard exists.
I don't think that a scorecard of your deeds exists. No.
You don't think that, or the record, they're saying that, okay, whoever
Again, like,
you are, or you say, or the nature of you, that you have actions, you have thought, you have speech, you have desires of your heart,
mhm.
that there's some independent record from the day you were born till today, till you die, that exists, that has a record of every action, thought, speech, desire of your heart that ever existed.
Okay, so does the universe only keep records of human actions? So does the universe keep records of my dog's actions?
Well, I would assume that the
So if
universe
my if
keeps
my
a
dog
record
if
of
my
all
dog has
actions.
been a good
I would
dog or a
say,
bad dog.
well, no, I mean, all actions are. I would, I would postulate that everything is recorded, that may even include the position of every material particle, but whether your dog's soul or something. But yeah, that I would postulate that, yeah, the record exists for everything,
Even including dogs. So so for example, like
including everything.
if my dog urinated in the house, like will there be a record kept by the universe that the dog urinated in the house?
From the same for me and you, from the second your dog took birth
Okay.
till your dog passes, that every action, every if your dog has thoughts, feelings, every bark, there's a record of it. There's
Okay.
a totality, some sort of independent record in wherever realm it exists, that I'm postulating exists. I believe it exists, just like for me, for you, and your dog. That yes, your dog, if it has feelings, it has actions, it has barks. That's all, everything from its birth till its death. There's some record of it.
Okay. I mean, well, I mean, if you mean record in that in everything that happens in the universe always exists, then I would agree. Everything I've ever done is still happening, and everything I will do is happening. So yes, there is a record in that every action in the universe is already there. Yes,
Well,
that is,
that's
but
why I'm a
it's
dualist also.
but
So if
so
you're a pantheist, you say, well, no, just the universe exists, and the universe that existed doesn't exist anymore.
Doesn't that
The
just sound so
universe only
scary?
exists in its present state, as opposed to the dualistic point of view. Well, yeah, the universe only exists in its present state, but God is not part of the universe, and wherever God is in the realm not part of the universe includes the record of all pre-existing states of the universe. So if you're a pantheist, it might be a distinction. There's saying we had distinction without a
Well, like
difference.
you
This is
said,
a
pantheism
distinction.
is just a philosophical position. It may not actually say anything about the subtler elements of
Whatever I'm saying,
consciousness and
it
things
is.
like
It's a distinction with
theories
a
of
difference.
time and the Akashic record, where you're basically saying pantheism implies some type of Akashic record.
Well, no, pantheism implies that it doesn't exist.
That you're implying that based on what? And your own concept of consciousness?
Well, I can't prove. I'm saying I believe that this record exists, and I could say, well, my consciousness feels like it has access to it. Like not only I could access and I could have a feeling of my own state of karma because my mind knows.
You feel like there exists a list of everybody's sins just piled up to the sky?
Well, I'm not sins. I'm saying a list of everything. I'm
Okay.
saying like I would say most things I did are neutral, but it would say not just good deeds and bad deeds. Maybe most of my deeds are not significant, but if I put in words, most of the words that come out of my mouth are not necessarily significant, not necessarily good or bad, but that there's some independent record of every word that ever came out of my mouth. So I mean, if we leave it separate from the question of good and bad, would you agree in your belief system that there is some sort of truth and that the truth requires that record to exist, that every word that's ever came out of your mouth um, was recorded somewhere, and if it was recorded somewhere, where is it?
Well, yeah, like I said, everything that I've done, it's recorded, and everything I will do, it's already recorded. Like all the information of the universe already exists. So what I'm disagreeing with is that God reads that information and says, you know what? Now I'll make a judgment based on this information. Like Renell was driving 30 miles over the speed limit, and you know what? That was the thing that took him over. He's going to hell. Or
Well,
like he didn't walk
you're
his dog.
personalizing God in that sense, where I say these are natural laws within the universe.
Well, how do we tell the difference?
Well, it was because if you're looking God, the deity, so I mean, if you're a pantheist, when you refer to God, you're referring to the universe in and of itself, as
A
opposed
person.
to me, I'm personalizing a God that's separate from the universe, that has power over the universe, and these laws of karma are operate within the universe. So God has power that's like repentance, and mean to say that it doesn't require God to judge my action. That judgment is part of the universe. When the universe was created, it included the mechanisms of karma, and there's a separate factor of the God that I could pray to, that I could repent to, that could, so to say, go against and break the natural laws of karma. I mean, it would be, my metaphysics, that I mean, saying the God that there's, but these laws that I'm referring to of balancing forces of good deeds and bad deeds are part of the universe, operate. Now, I loosely use the word independent of God, in the same way that gravity operates independent of God. I'm saying God sustains, created the universe, but in a way that gravity operates independently. That these spiritual metaphysical rules of action reaction operate independently of God. That maybe when I die, even we'll metaphorically use the expression like, okay, when I die, there'll be some form of judgment, whether I get reincarnated or go to heaven or hell. That could even be within the universe. That there's some natural universal force that has the totality of everything that I did, that will determine what happens to my soul after I die, whether I retake birth in some reincarnation, higher or lower birth, or go to some nether heaven, heavenly hellish realm, higher or lower realm. That well, metaphorically, like in the Old Testament, there's a God who judges, but that's just like that's really an anthropomorphization. That's not like a God who judges. These are laws that are built within to the workings of the universe. Um, and then to the metaphysics. So what is God? God is even above these laws. God has power over these laws, and that's the belief in the concept of repentance. Like you say, well, I have a connection to God, and God could supersede in these laws. You're just like the bank statement. Like every time you spend money, you have your balance sheet, but God has the master accountant could intercede and change the balance sheet because God is independent of the universe. But these laws that I'm postulating believe in operate within the universe, not outside of the universe.
Well, I think that's where we would have to fundamentally disagree, is where like you have a concept that things inside of the universe can go against God. Like that's where we would disagree. Like the way I would define one of the characteristics of this God is that it's all powerful, meaning you have zero power because it is all powerful. There's no more power left for you to have to go against it. It has total control of the entire universe. It's not possible for you to go against it. That's an impossibility.
Well, if you're talking like free will in that sense, I don't disagree with you.
Mm.
But I'm saying that you're saying sin doesn't mean that the fact that I mean the Kabbalists would say that God limits himself. Like, how do we exist separately? That God created a space, um, like a void within himself. The language of the Kabbalists. God was everywhere. In order to create separate beings, God created a void within himself that separate beings could exist. Um, but yeah, I mean, these are all paradoxes that I would believe in free will, and God's predetermination, and God's knowledge of the future. But I would still believe in free will, even though these are apparent logical contradictions. I'm not saying that. I mean, you could argue logically that they have to be contradictions. That that if I sin, then obviously God wanted me to sin. But yet also we have free will and I made the decision to sin. And then there's like I have two choices, multiple choices in front of me that have a spectrum of, so to say, good to bad, that will cause an action reaction if I choose on the spectrum between good to bad, and that will have equal and opposite effect in terms of my future life. But at the same time, obviously God has some sort of predestination plan that knew beforehand what I was going to do. Some of these are philosophical paradoxes that like I generally um, will leave unresolved. Things beyond our human knowledge to understand these concepts. I mean, so you were saying you reject free will.
Well, no. What I would say is that, uh, so if you ask me the question, does free will exist? The answer is no. The truth is, free will does not exist. Now, if you ask me the question, does free will exist? I will say, yes, free will does exist, meaning we experience free will. We have the experience of free will, but that is it. It doesn't truly exist. There is no free will. Like, again, God cannot be, if I have the power to go against God, then God is not all powerful. God has some power and I have some power. Do you see
Well,
what I'm saying?
you're saying two different things. That free will is not the power to go against God. The ability to act evil is not the ability to go against God, because there's these correction laws that we have the ability to choose good or bad, and when we choose bad, we get punished, and when we choose good, we get rewarded. So you can't go against God. I mean, saying it's impossible to go against God, because when we go against God, we get punished. And it's not that God punishes us; it's built into the system, the natural realm, that we have free will to make choices, but there's consequences to our choices.
Yeah. So, for example, if I played in traffic, um, that would probably be a bad thing, and the effects of that is I might get hit by a car and feel pain. If you're calling that punishment, like don't play in traffic, and I felt pain from doing it, then yes, there's certain things the universe doesn't want me to do as a human. Like the universe doesn't want me breathing underwater. The universe doesn't want me like in space without. I mean, there's certain physical things I can't do. Like the universe limits what I'm able to do. And if I go against like my human nature, I feel pain. If I go with my human nature, I feel pleasure. So if that's what you're talking about, then yes, I am coerced into doing certain things through pain and pleasure.
What I'm
But
saying is that just because, well, I mean, if you're talking to yourself, but it's even say to others that, okay, I have the free will to go out and harm others, God forbid, but there be consequences to my action. And if, God forbid, I harmed another person, even though it was out of my free will, it would have had to be preordained that the other person deserved to be harmed. that so I couldn't go against God in that sense. Like, okay, I God forbid, we have the free will to kill another person, but say, well, no, I mean, we can't kill another person unless it was preordained. Like nobody could kill me unless it was preordained from God that I die. So if anybody has the free will to kill me, it's very easy to kill a person. Doesn't It's not hard to pull a trigger or to strangle a person. It's not difficult to kill a person. Anybody, so to say, within their free will, could kill me, but it would have to be preordained by God that it was my time to die. And at the same time, if someone did kill me, that would it wouldn't be the person went against God, because it would have, if it was allowed to happen, it would have had to have been my time to die. And then the person who killed me would have accepted the bad karma of killing me and would have to suffer the consequences of the bad karma of killing me. That would be, on any level. That, I mean, you talk about like playing in traffic, but, which is possibly causing suffering to others, but maybe just suffering to yourself. But you're saying, how do you understand uh, harming other things in the universe? And to say, well, I have the free will to cause harm to others, but at the same time, I don't have the free will to cause harm to others. I could only harm someone else if it was preordained or allowed by God that they were to experience harm. And then at the same time, if I did harm others, I would suffer the consequence of my action, even if the court of law and the court of man wasn't able to punish me. That would be some factual force in the universe that would balance out that force.
Well, yeah, I think that's completely cultural. I think these ideas of good and bad come from I would assume come from your Jewish culture. So if I grew up in Rwanda during some war, my idea of what good and bad is going to be very different than yours. So I don't know which one you're thinking that the universe is appealing to, or the one that the universe, because I mean, obviously you understand that different cultures find very different things to be good and very different things to be evil. So which culture does the universe like is on the side of? I'm guessing yours.
Well, no, I'm saying these are, generally, Judaic concept, Judeo-Christian, Islamic. I would say even in Rwanda, um, I would assume that, I mean, they're probably majority some form of, Christian or Islamic, and would have some sort of acceptance of killing being wrong. There might be war or situational, or that there would be punishment if they have a system where the government, um, and no, I would assume that even people in extreme situations of suffering, there's a natural tendency to believe that, some system that good is rewarded and bad is punished. So if you're in a situation of suffering or like inequality, where it appears that the wicked are, I mean, generally the biggest cause of atheism is the perception that the righteous are being punished and the wicked are being rewarded. But I would postulate that Rwanda, any situation, any given person, still generally has a postulate that the good get rewarded and the wicked get punished.
Okay, but
And
if
that their eyes, what the eyes see, and that if you could look at a situation where there's, like, God forbid, suffering, that the person, um doesn't conceptualize, like, no, I don't agree, everything that I see tells me that it can't be so, that the good get rewarded and the right, and the wicked get punished, because what I see is the wicked are getting rewarded and the good are getting punished. I mean, it's essence what T Jump told me, is he said from his perception, it would appear to him that the good don't get rewarded and the wicked get and the wicked get the wicked get rewarded. Um, but no, I mean, from my experience, people I speak to, even people from extreme suffering backgrounds, that this general perception of good being rewarded and bad being punished is pretty universal to all cultures.
well, I mean, if well, I guess we'd have to again agree to disagree, because if what you're saying is true, if we took it as true, that human beings have a natural inclination and understand good and bad and what it is and what they need to do, then you've just defeated
And
the
that the
purpose.
good will be rewarded and the bad will be punished. That's
And
definitional, that good gets rewarded and bad gets punished.
if what you're saying is true and human beings already intrinsically have that understanding, then you've just defeated the purpose of religion because we have it naturally. We don't need Jesus, we don't need Moses, we don't need any of these people because each one of us has it naturally and each one of us already knows it. So you just defeated like all holy books, you've defeated all messiahs and prophets because we all have it naturally. The kid in Rwanda knows it. The kid in Rwanda doesn't need Moses. Like everyone around the world already has it. So we don't need these prophets. We don't need these books because we have it naturally.
Um, well, it's like Abraham. Like, it's like no, an intelligent person could derive from nature what the books say without them.
Awesome.
I mean,
Yeah, but
it didn't defeat them. It's saying Abraham, so to say, discovered God, or from the perspective that even if you were never had access to these books, that some of the stuff you couldn't derive without the books, but the essential principles, like so to say, uh, you would say the seven Noahide laws, or the Ten Commandments, not killing, not stealing, um, honoring your parents, could be derived without revelation. And I was saying that I would even say that the forces of these principles metaphysically exist. That you don't need revelation or prophecy for to realize that these things um, metaphysically exist beneath the material surface of reality. There's other elements like maybe some of the rituals, the Sabbath, the prayers, or that the scripture reveals. But say no, man, I would agree that I'm disagreeing that defeats the purpose of religion. But I am agreeing that you don't need religion to to derive these basic principles.
but then you're saying some of these are intrinsic. But how are you determining that? So you're saying that like thou shalt not steal is intrinsic, but you're saying is stoning a child for disrespecting his parents, is that also intrinsic? Or killing homosexuals, is that intrinsic? Or that women are beneath men, is that intrinsic?
Well, in Hebrew they have what's called chukim and mishpatim, and there's you basically understood that there's the laws that could be derived from called logic and reason without revelation, and then there's the laws that could not be derived from logic and without that the laws that necessitate revelation. And so I mean certain ones, like I mean if you're looking at examples of like stoning the wayward child, yeah, that could probably be derived from logic. Like if there's a kid that like is just bad, can't get his act together, commits violence against his own parents, um, that he should be publicly executed. You would say that it's a tough law to swallow, but yeah, that would be an example of a law that could be derived from logic and would probably exist in basically all societies. That the realm of the concept of like the kids beyond the pale and should be publicly executed, and one of the signs is that the kid hits his own parents. um that, yeah, I would say that's logical, that could be derived. You didn't need scripture to reveal that law, and like whether it's practiced today or the harshness, even historically, like um something like homosexuality, the prohibition of homosexuality, the the different statuses between men and women. These are things that could be, these are um in the Hebrew, the Mosaic Bible lists them separately with the word chukim and mishpatim, but those are things that could be derived by logic without revelation,
Okay, so
as opposed to the Sabbath. It could not be derived with logic, separate from that had had God not told us about the Sabbath, we wouldn't have derived the Sabbath um, by logic without revelation.
okay, so again, when a child hits its parent, let's say a child slaps its mother, you're saying the remedy for that, or Moses said the remedy for that is to take the child out and to throw rocks at it until it's dead. Is that good or bad?
Um, well, it's justice. I mean, say
Okay.
justice is in some essence it's good. Like you so you when a I mean, if you're giving an example of the death penalty, the Mosaic Law, I mean, saying most followers of Judaism or Biblicism today don't follow these practices, but obviously in Moses, the death penalty is all over the place, and the death penalty is a form of justice, and would be considered good. The execution of a criminal is in essence, good, or it's mixed. It's good and bad. At the same time, it's murder, it's killing, it's the ending of a life, but it's also justice.
Well, I'm not talking about the execution of a child, of the child for. I mean, I would disagree with that also. But I mean, to
I mean,
throw
I
rocks.
mean, you're just giving that example, but I mean the death penalty in
No,
general,
but not
because that's just one example that you think is inappropriate in the Bible of
no.
the death penalty. You say like in the Bible also the punishment for homosexuality is also death, or adultery is also death.
Okay,
So if you're saying the wayward child that hits his parents, or the homosexual, or the adulterous wife, that all get stoned, and saying is that good? Well, it's justice, that saying that that's the according to the Bible, that the punishment that fits the crime. And so whatever the current practice or biblical interpretation, but just to say that there's a concept of crime and punishment. And I mean, so the terminology is justice, and it could be, I'm not sure if justice is good or bad. It completes the cycle.
well,
So so when the person did the crime, it was bad, and when the person got punished for the crime, it completed the cycle, the balance was restored.
okay, but I'm not talking about justice, David. I'm asking a very simple question. Is it good to take rocks and throw it at a human being until that human being is dead? Is it good to do that?
If they deserve the death penalty.
Okay, so when someone deserves a death penalty, there's no limit to
Well, I
how
would say
brutal
like a
you could
surgeon, like
be.
saying if it's if if you were in the operating room and you saw the doctor is cutting up a patient, is said, well, it's good, they're surgeons, they're saving the person's life. So if you happen to walk in to the execution room while the criminal was being executed, it will say, well, is that bad? It was, well, no, it's justice
No, no,
in this circumstance. So if you're talking about why the innocent suffer.
no,
So I
no.
mean,
I'm not
if
talking
you're
about that.
questioning the law in this case, that you
Mm.
don't think this law is just. So if you're looking like, okay, here's an example of an innocent person who did no wrong and suffered this fate. How did this happen? Versus if you're talking about a case of justice, in this case, God forbid, the most extreme form, which would be the death penalty. That I mean, I guess you would have to say that's good.
Okay, so David, let me just make the question like very, very crystal clear. Let's say I had a child, Renell. I had a child, and that child hit me. I took the child into the backyard and I threw rocks at the child until the child was dead. Did I just do a good thing?
Well, no, I mean that's not the
Well, I mean, I'm just following the
no, I mean
good
that's
law.
not the biblical. I mean the biblical
Well,
procedure.
I took it outside of the town. I took it right outside the village of my village,
Well, I
and
mean, the
I just threw
biblical
rocks at it
procedure
until
would
it's dead.
be you'd have a wayward child that you tried everything to fail, and then you wouldn't do it yourself. I mean, it'd have to be administered by the court, and you as the God forbid you wouldn't do it yourself. The town, would gather together and do it. I mean,
Yeah.
that's in theory whether it ever happened, but the biblical commandment to uh, execute the wayward child, it doesn't mean your kid hits you once, but it's the child that can't be reached, that is causing too much damage and has to be publicly executed. And saying wouldn't be you wouldn't have the authority to do it yourself. It would have to be administered by the court, and then it would be like the adulterer, that the whole society would get together and do it together. Stoning is generally I mean, if God forbid, if you travel the Islamic world, it's still practiced today, but generally, the I mean, God forbid, you can see videos. Stoning is still practiced in many parts, Africa, Middle East, maybe Far East, um, but generally, everybody throws stones, and then eventually someone takes a larger stone, and God forbid, finishes the person off. So it would be administered by the court. The wayward child would be determined by the court that they're beyond the pale and deserve execution, and then there would be a public stoning where everybody. This is just how the Bible lays it out. It's not practiced like that anymore, although in some Islamic countries it's still practiced like that. You can see that with adulterous women, and if God forbid, if you've seen it, God forbid. But everybody throws stones, and then eventually, the court administrator of the penalty will finish them off with a larger stone. And like in Africa or something, if you see like God forbid, Bescore or something like that. A lot of times people will do that for a thief. Saying but the punishment for thievery isn't death like that. But sometimes you see they catch a thief, and they'll publicly execute them like that. The case of the wayward child is a special case, but I'm saying that would be administered by the court, and it wouldn't be administered by a person. It would have to be determined by the court that the child was wayward and deserved death. And saying hitting your parents once doesn't mean that they get the death penalty. It would be a child that couldn't be reached, and I think actually it's hitting the parents and drawing blood. I mean, I don't know if you're focusing on this one example, like the homosexual. You say you think it's wrong to give the death penalty to homosexuals, although the Bible
No.
did it, and like in Iran, maybe they hang homosexuals, or I mean, God forbid. There's plenty of videos online. You can see adulteresses being stoned, but it's not like they like it's administered by the collective society.
Yeah. So
The
again,
husband doesn't actually. I mean, the husband doesn't execute his wife for stoning. It's not done by the husband. It's administered by the court that finds them guilty, and then everybody gathers and administers the death penalty. We just theoretically spend, God forbid, I'm denouncing like violence or anybody attempting to do this, but I was saying biblically that's the theoretical position of the Bible, and to say you're asking is that good or bad, and saying well it's justice in that sense that saying okay you were wronged, and the person who wronged you has to face justice. And if it was the case that it was the death penalty, someone killed somebody, and now they've been found guilty and they're being killed, is that good? We'll say yes, that's good. It's justice. It's the completion of the cycle.
well, I would say again, we were going to have to disagree on this, but I would say that there is no reason why human beings should pick up rocks and throw them at another human being until that human being is dead. There's no way that is just. There's nothing a human being could do to warrant that type of behavior from other human beings. And I think the only reason why it's being justified here is because it's thought that God said to do it. And this is the problem when people think that God tells them to do things, that they do things like throw rocks at children until they're dead. And then they justify it by saying, well, no, we had to do it because God is telling us to do it.
Well, did
I
your
think,
ancestors do that? Do you think it's likely that your ancestors did that?
well, sorry, my dog's barking. Okay, if my ancestors didn't do that, I'm sure they've done like a lot of heinous things like it. I don't know whether or not they did that specific heinous thing, but I know
Well,
that
I'm
they've
saying
probably
like
done
if you
heinous
say it's
things.
bad, we're saying that it's an attempt at law and order.
Well,
And
what I'm
so
saying
I
is,
was talking about karma. So you're talking about, that's why I said like, when a tree falls in the forest and it doesn't make a sound. Uh, if a tree falls in the forest, no witness doesn't make a sound. So if someone commits a crime and there's no witnesses and they don't feel bad about it till they get away with it. So you're talking about a case where society has to have some method to punish a criminal, versus to what we were talking earlier. Let's say they get away with it. So I'm postulating that there's some force in nature that means no, they didn't get away with it, that it will be balanced out. So how are we going to understand society where you give good and bad the question of the death penalty, should there be a death penalty, how the death penalty should be administered. I mean, we could look anthropologically and just say that. I mean, it's kind of like child sacrifice, God forbid, but like a public
It's so
execution like
weird that
that.
the convo is on this topic now. Starts with pantheism, ends with child sacrifice. What's going on?
Well, it's important because it's the question of
The nature of God.
the nature of God and good and bad,
Mhm.
and the most fundamental question of murder, death, execution. And if you're talking execution of any form, so I mean nowadays when we have execution, it's usually tried to be done in private and painless. Um, but you're saying if the purpose of the execution is a deterrent, and then it's God forbid public participation, that saying okay, there's going to be execution, and the purpose is to teach collectively society that you can't do this kind of thing and get away with it, and it's not the court or one person that administered the death penalty. It was collectively. So I mean that's the concept of stoning. I mean I'm just saying, I mean I'm just talking theoretically because like I'm a Bible scholar, but I'm saying the concept of stoning is it's different than like having being decapitated, because that like stoning is done by collectively. The death penalty is administered by everybody, as opposed to modern society where we still have the death penalty. It's administered by one person in secrecy. There's no video. So like if you've traveled someplace in the Far East, they have public flogging still. Like if someone steals, um, they might have a public whipping. But I mean the purpose of stoning is that everybody participated in the justice. I mean, so I mean, saying it's logical. We say it's right or wrong. Should like I'm not. I don't think we should return to stoning, God forbid. But I mean, it makes sense that our ancestors did this practice. When you see people doing it, makes sense. And you're saying the purpose is to teach a lesson to the wider public that you can't do bad
Doovid,
things.
our guest has to hop off soon.
Oh, sure.
I just saw your message there, Ronald. Did you want to like give some final words?
We do this
Wrap it
conversation
up.
for hours every week. So
I think
this is
Doovid's
what we
super
do.
excited about the
I don't know
opportunity to have this conversation.
if you opened up a pantheist church and you were going to do this, like you could count me and Jennifer in.
Absolutely. I really enjoyed the conversation, and we should definitely do it again if you guys are interested.
Sounds great. Is there somehow is there links we can share for the audience to subscribe to your channel or get buy
Yes,
your book?
well, absolutely. They could find me at newpantheism.com. If they go there, they'll get everything they need. Newpantheism.com.
Yeah, we appreciate you reaching out. Like if you want to, we're around, or any update, or your book or webpage, or if you start, traveling around, or if you build up a base, and
Well,
or however you decide to promote it, could be debating, writing, any of these methods. We're happy to network and work together because we're probably generally in agreement on many of the principles, and even in agreement that these are the essence of religion is to have these type conversations.
absolutely. And I'm glad we get to have them. And I think it's good for everyone involved, so people could get a real feel of like what each person is offering, or what each religious group is offering, and decide for themselves.
Yeah, yeah, excellent. So I mean, any final words or anything you say, feel free.
No, I appreciate the opportunity to come on with you guys. And I love these types of conversations, and I'm happy that we could have like civil and cool conversation.
Okay, anything we should look out for? You got like a book coming, or your YouTube page, some video series or something?
Oh well, I have my YouTube channel. It's called New Pantheism, the channel, but it's not up yet with a lot of content. But the latest thing that I just finished was this newpantheism.com.
Okay, well, great. We appreciate you coming on and sharing the conversation. And like me and Jennifer love debate, so you come on, like we grill each other. That's what we do. So appreciate it if that's what you enjoy doing too. And um, we even put that like debate as part of our religion. I don't know if you could derive that from your part, like pantheism, new pantheism, like debate would be part of your religion. But
Yeah,
For
I don't
us,
see
it's
why not.
almost like part of our religion.
Yeah, absolutely. I love healthy debate. Yes.
And we also, we're working on a writing. So if, you wanted to put it out there publicly to, you have some writing or essays and you wanted to go over them publicly, like, you come on anytime if you wanted to do that.
Okay.
Or you could just, message me or something. Like we don't have to do it publicly, but if you did want to do it publicly, we'd do it publicly. But if you just wanted to, forward me or Jennifer your writing, we could look at it, give you some comments.
Absolutely, and you guys could absolutely do the same. Yeah, I would definitely. I'm happy to read your writings and definitely exchange ideas.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Stop by anytime and much success with your endeavors.
That was good.
Was that like Forex Shark where somehow that went like 2.5 hours?
Huh.
It
Well,
was like,
not quite that long.
I think it was. It was like Forex Shark. It went 2.5 hours. But yeah, um, because he disagreed with my concept and he had a good mind and strong-willed and thought it was a good conversation because because we agreed on enough tenets and disagreed on enough that I think it was largely friendly. We were just probing each other to perfect our own belief systems, or so to say, get to the truth. That I thought it was a fun conversation. Hopefully, the chat and Jennifer enjoyed it.
Yep. It was good. Really fun.
George in the chat wants to see more chess. I'm back to coaching chess. Like, but I was um but I'm not sure like the coming chess content. Eventually, like I want to return to the science of expertise, but so you want to go straight into? Did you have anything you wanted to review this week, or you want to go straight into your writing?
Let's just have a look at the internet share here. See what I can review here. Just close out some of these. I think I sent you this diagram for real. And we have this sort of weird two different currents of misperception. One is the conventional beliefs about scientific realism, and then just what our senses are feeding us in terms of what seems real. So I made this little thought experiment where you can distinguish two, maybe not different, but no reason to believe they're the same definitions of reality. And they both appear to have maybe irreconcilable problem. So if reality is just a description of what exists, then the problem is determinism. Because if you're talking about an arbitrarily accurate description of that which is, well, shouldn't it predict its next state by virtue of sufficiently high knowledge of its intrinsic mechanical properties? The problem with that is that you can't differentiate the two definitions anymore. And definition 2 has its own problem of, well, if it's so much better to just predict what's going to happen by force of what is happening, why not just predict what's going to happen, and so forth. So anyway, I can just leave that there. Unless you want to comment on that, Doovid, I doubt it.
Yeah, it's pretty evident. You have a nice diagram. I mean, it's still like the that which is um is I still
Well,
think
I don't like using it either, and I completely respect that it's confusing. I'm just not sure what I would replace it with and retain the meaning. because it's just a way of saying a completely indefinite concept. Like I think we've been over this, so we don't need to belabor it. But I did this proof about. I guess it's like a mind dependent proof about what could be if knowledge is something that is materialistic or structural in some way. What exactly does that mean? And kind of being skeptical about the idiotic, justified true belief definition of knowledge. There's an interesting article here about, and this is one of the ones where the definition of truth really is going to determine the meaning of the experiment. I think it's interesting that Donald Hoffman, I think et al, uh, attempted to model truth as, I guess, something that is accurately representing the environment versus fitness, probably some property of the actual body of the system. I didn't actually read it, but I thought it was cool. Just the concept. Didn't read the full thing, but yeah, I skimmed it and I got this.
Donald Hoffman, I think he's going to be the next guest on Mind Chat. I think I saw he didn't post for a while, and then he posted like a little clip at a party in California with Hoffman and said he was going to be the next guest. Maybe he's a different Hoffman.
Oh, that sounds right. I mean, I just saw him on another one with
I mean, he's a pretty good big name.
the
in
idealist guy, Bernardo Castro.
He's a pretty good name in podcasts, but I just, Mind Chat hadn't posted since like Noam Chomsky over a month ago, and they posted like a little few minute clip of him in California with Donald Hoffman. So he's in a woman that and they're going to be the next guest on the Mind Chat.
Awesome. So yeah, this is another piece of evidence. I just like to have my pile of evidence that I can point to when I'm saying like realism is not a tenable position in any reasonable interpretation of that term. Do you want to go over the storytelling thing that I did? Whoops.
Well, the two papers you sent me?
Well, it was a picture of
I'd have to go back to my desk to open it up on my other computer on my PC that I have it downloaded, but
I can screen share it. I just have to get it.
So in your notes, you sent me two things that are like I looked through.
It was the same thing. It was just like it was like a progression, I think.
Well, I mean, your 4, 3, 2, 1 on your signal, if those were your notes for signal processing, and then you had sent me a bunch of these like AI generated stuff, and I don't know if you collected those together in a Word file and sent them to me. So like,
did I?
I think so. Over the last few days, you sent me like screenshots of like numerous AI generated stuff, and then maybe just today you sent like a Word file that had them collected together. And a few days ago, though, you sent me your looked like your notes on your signal processing, thing that we were talking about. It had like, I don't know.
I'm talking about the handwritten ones. In case
I had 2 hour time reading that, but if you want to go over that, you can. But yeah, I tried looking through that, and I couldn't. I could only make out like 80% of the words. It looked like when you sent me that thing with the 4, 3, 2, 1, that it had a lot of this stuff in that, but I'm not sure if it did.
Yeah, it's just me developing a historical narrative.
But did you type out most of the stuff in the thing you sent me?
Yes, I tried to.
Okay, yeah. So that I looked at a few times. This I looked at briefly, but like
I'm
I
sorry, it wasn't legible. I thought it was totally legible, so that's my bad.
well, it could be it was just low, that when I zoomed it in, it it could be it was lower resolution, that when I zoomed it in, the quality deteriorated. So like I couldn't read it this side, and when I zoomed it in, the quality deteriorated a little bit. So I mean, your handwriting is generally pretty neat, but it could just be your picture was low resolution, that I needed to zoom it in, and that it was like your Pink Floyd The Wall butt thing.
Oh, that was just a silly little. I just saw that picture and I just couldn't help myself making that stupid meme. But anyway,
God forbid. Yeah, it looked like one of those like Pink Floyd things from like the wall with like the butt figures.
um, yeah. So just to come back to what I was working on is, originally I was kind of playing around with the idea like I suck at writing horribly, so I should practice writing something easier because I don't even know what I'm trying to write about, like other than just basically giving like a cooking instruction style instructions on how to do random shit. So I was thinking like, okay, what have I done? How have I achieved the tiny like sort of fail upwards, like tiny successes that I've had in the past, and then it's like set yourself up for success. And so I thought, well, this would probably be relevant, and it's hard for me to motivate myself with something not like relevant to the study. So it's like the history of signal processing, even though it's kind of dry, not super connected to consciousness, my number one, favorite topic, but it's still pretty important because like computers and consciousness and all that stuff on how we understand stuff like computation and calculation, that's all connected together. So I thought this would be an interesting opportunity because it's relatively easy.
It's kind of in line with some of the essays I was writing, just the historical overviews that I enjoy. I saw from your AI that the computer was doing what I'm telling you should do,
I
and so
know, it was like having an auto Doovid on my desktop.
well, no, I'm just telling you like like I said, general writing, but I say like no, I mean eventually, I mean you could copy those lines or try to add it in, but like
Working with that thing made me feel like I have some kind of learning disability and I was getting, like adaptive help.
Yeah, because like I repeated myself like 1,000 times about like what you're missing in your introduction, and then like the computer was just like automatically doing it. You're just like define the term, give, why but your relationship to the topic and what but the computer was really good at defining the term, and then the value proposition to the reader for what you're gonna what they're gonna gain out of reading it. So I mean, whatever the algorithm that that I've been telling you, like what the introduction should have, the computer was just like generating that every time.
What was that the thing that had like it looks like a woman's face on a butt?
It wasn't Pink Floyd The Wall, but like I saw that it looked like those characters out of the Pink Floyd The Wall movie cartoon.
Oh, I didn't see it, but I think I get the reference.
You never saw the? I mean, they made it.
Okay,
It was
I'm putting it up there. If any, okay, just have a good look.
God forbid. It
have a
was in
good
the
look at
early
it.
'80s. The cartoon,
It's a joke, by the way.
the cartoon adaptation to Pink. I mean, it didn't look like that in Pink Floyd The Wall, but like the butt faces, uh, that was in the Pink Floyd cartoon dramatization of The Wall in like 1981 or something like that.
That looks like a combination between an egg from Aliens and like a Blastalist.
So you saw we found another pantheist.
Joe.
Wait, what?
Memes, we had another pantheist on that Jennifer reached out when he debated T-Jump, and then he's he'd written some stuff. He was on Week in Review a year and a half ago, and he reached out and he's creating his movement, New Pantheism.
Cool.
Renell.
Well, I mean, if he can go out and do some good works and make humanity better, power to him. I mean, I didn't really catch it. I just saw that you just had points of disagreement, and I was actually on another stream, so.
How was that?
It was good. We were talking about the Star Wars and all that jazz and stuff like that. And a lot of folks we're not the biggest fans, but even if they weren't the biggest fans, it's like, well, I still kind of enjoyed this. I'm like, so it came down to, I don't know. It kind of sounds like Disney was probably just trying to make money, which is a publicly traded corporation. Imagine my shock.
Well,
I'm
that's
not
as
saying they did the
shocking as
best
someone
job
lying
at
on
it,
the
but
internet.
yeah,
What?
yeah, these things happen. But how you all doing?
You
I'm
think
great. I
watched
enjoyed that combo, for sure.
I
And
watched
I'm
a
currently,
handful of
I was
your.
just explaining how I was putting together a historical narrative for the development of modern computers. And
That's
how I was working
fascinating.
that out.
No. I love that you're saying that because this is fantastical. Because apparently now you're going into a history of the development of computers, while at the same time Professor Wolfram is doing the history of thermodynamics. I just find that interesting.
Oh, I just love that we're not like doubling our efforts. That we're doing different things.
Because
We're
you
doing
strike.
similar but different things. That's
Well, the
awesome.
thing is, when I think thermodynamics, you tend to come to mind when it comes to thermodynamics, and when it comes to Wolfram, it's usually the computer stuff.
Well, there might be a crossover with the Fourier series. I mean, Fourier series. I mean, Gauss has the fast Fourier but I mean, the Fourier was developed for thermodynamics and heat transfer.
That's very interesting because I have on.
I don't know. The Fourier transform was applied quite a bit to signal transfer, like A to D, analog to digital transforms.
Well, I mean, it's named after
preservation
Fourier.
of a frequency profile, so as not to have aliasing in a media signal transfer.
But yeah, I was saying that the Fourier, he developed it for thermodynamics and heat transfer.
I thought it was about like energy conservation stuff, which typically a lot of folks think thermodynamics, but energy can be converted. Basically, it's the application towards work, and technically you're not supposed to. I hear the good professors may have come across some very interesting things while going across the pretty deep dive of the history of it. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, so basically I was thinking like I blow at everything to do with writing. No matter what I do, that never changes.
Doovid just gives you
came true,
critiques.
by the way. Remember how I was querying the audience and saying, should I just wait till the AI gets good enough that it can write my shit for me? But boom, it's there. So I was thinking, why not just lean into my strengths and then I'll just construct a narrative.
Organize your files. I will help you with this, Jennifer. I just need to know what I need to look at. It hurts me when I go through your website. I'm just like, I'm trying to find this one thing and I can't.
AI is going to be like this, giant mythical vacuum cleaner that makes everything that I've ever written suddenly not make a lot less sense, if that makes sense.
You got to just kind of push it in the right direction, though. You still need to have some interaction.
Look, the future it's good that there's tons of errors. That's what the future is for, to correct them.
Well, there's always tons of errors. I mean, we're imperfect creatures. We're fallible and stuff like that.
Where are we on the tetractys vis-a-vis the decimalization of tetractys? Do we already have that memorized, or is that just speaking Greek? Ha-ha!
What?
How does the tetractys decimalize?
I don't know what that is.
So 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1 equals?
4 plus 2. Wait. What? 10? Oh.
Yeah, so there you go. So that's
log
decimalizing the tetractys. So if you have the tetractys is like sort of in a way the permutations of 4, but not permutations, something like that. Okay.
Is
And
this
remember
something you
how many
sent me that
sides?
I was supposed
Okay,
to look
imagine
at?
the quantum periodic table and extrapolate a polygon around it. How many sides does it have?
Oh, 10.
There you go. So there's more than one way to decimalize the tetractys. You can do it linearly by 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1, and then you get 10.
Oh, we're doing it by the faces.
But if you
Oh,
decimalize
you're
it in
going
4
back
plus
to
1,
Euler.
sorry,
I
if
like
you
it.
decimalize it in 3 plus 1d, how many microstates do you end up with? Well, either 118 or
Or
59,
59.
depending on how you want to calculate it, right?
Yeah.
It's always depending on how you want to calculate it. Anyway. So the point is I'm trying to apply that to telling a story. And the way that works is that you take a time interval and then you divide it in 10 and then you segment it into the first 40% and then the next 30 and then 20 and then 10%. Did that make sense, Doooovid? Did you at least get that bit out of my writing, or is that just totally not?
Yeah, I read that. I think I'm incorrect on that. That Fourier's law for Fourier's law for heat is
Oh, good to see you've
different
been
than the
listening
Fourier
intently to what
transform.
I've been saying.
I'm not sure there's a connection between Fourier transform and Fourier's law of heat transform, besides that, that his name or his work that he did on them.
Maybe we need to do a deep dive on all these like pillars, like Fourier, Gauss. There were some people that you could really describe them as polymaths, like Wolfram even. Go ahead, Memes.
Are we using the term Fourier transform and fast Fourier transform interchangeably? Because I thought they were slightly different.
I said I was incorrect about the connection to thermodynamics.
Oh.
That the Fourier's law related to conductance, that Fourier's role for signal processing is major, and Fourier's role for signal processing is major, but they're different laws. It's not the same law that applies to
Right.
both.
See, Jennifer, Doooovid admits that he can make a mistake. See, we're making progress.
I
Wow,
thought it
maybe
was the
someday
same.
I'll be able to do that.
When I said that, I thought it was the
Boom,
same
tis.
law that applied to both, but like, no, if we came up with two different things.
Well, it's interesting to see where there may be overlaps and
Did
everything.
you pals understand my explanation of the decimalizing?
This is my
tetractys
first
thing?
time. I apologize. I haven't been to class in a while.
Here's
but
the
could
thing,
you
linear
say that
time is
one
your
more time?
thing. It's not you. Linear time's your thing, not my thing. I'm linearizing time here. So do I need to make a diagram, or is my explanation going to suffice? You take a time interval, you divide it by 10. We on the same page there?
I mean, is that why base 10 works well for us?
Let's not worry about base. There's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of causes we could give for base 10. Let's not get lost in there right now.
Okay.
If I
Can
take
you
100
say the
years,
thing one more time?
just think of it as 100 years. Okay.
Okay.
You divide it into the first 40 years.
Okay.
That's the first interval. The next interval is the following 30 years. The next interval is the following 20 years.
20.
And then the final
Okay.
interval is the final 10 years.
Okay. So it's divided into 4 of different magnitudes.
Exactly. So the farther something is away from the present, the larger it is. Because the idea is that the end of the last subdivision is the present. So we're reaching into the past 100 years. And then we're looking at the first interval 40 years, the next interval 30 years, and then 20, and then 10. And the idea is that that's a sort of logical way to break it down to make a story that makes sense, in the sense that what happened first sets the stage, so has a bigger impact in the sense of like the residual inertia, but has less of an impact in the sense that it's so far away that it's less culturally relevant. So you have
it sounds like a light cone that's reversed.
It's like a space-time compression, kind of.
Right.
But it's not really space. It's time, and then something like space, which is sociological progress as measured by the advent of the personal computer.
Well, if you're
and the internet,
talking about writing, if you were talking about like writing the history of signal processing that was mentioned. Well, you should start with the beginning, and so it means, I mean, it'd be longer than 100 years. But if you say that it was going to be a 4-chapter work, the first chapter would cover the first 40 years, the second chapter the next 30 years, the third chapter the next 20 years, and the last chapter 10 years, because the recent developments are more important. But that your
So,
division. So if
thank
you're 40
God.
years old, if
You
if
actually
you're,
understood then.
Oh, we're applying it to this. Okay, that makes a lot
I
more
mean, it
sense now.
seems
Okay.
semi-arbitrary, but yeah, I mean, it was seem
This is
sensical.
not the thing yet. This is just me warming
Not the
up to
final
to
form.
implementing it. This is just what the decimal tetractys, whatever you want to call it, the putting the 4, 3, 2, 1 into 10 or whatever we're doing or calling it. I'm just explaining that it's the phenomenon of taking an arbitrary time interval and subdividing it into 10 segments, and then further uh, organizing those segments in a 4, 3, 2, 1 clustering, representing what I tried to allude to before. It's
Yeah, I
just
mean, it's
arbitrary to
unlikely
any
to be
size. So are we cool on that?
unlikely to be even. I mean, when you do the history, a lot of times you have Aristotle and Plato, and then you might have few others, and then you have a large gap. But
Oh no, that tends to be no. You'll start off at a particular point and everything. It's like, all right, we're covering the basis, and as there's more and more stuff there, you can't necessarily cover more and more because to know everything, it's like you want to have that last
Exactly.
bit be more focused. I see. I think you're confusing people by explaining what you're doing. You may mention that as one of Wolfram might say a juicy note about how I came upon this or something, or maybe in a glossary. I don't necessarily think you need to tell people that.
But
You
I
just basically
want
tell them
to.
the story. The problem is
I'm not going to include this in the story, by the way. I'm only geeking out with you now on
okay,
stream.
no,
I'm not
no, no,
planning
no.
on
Okay,
writing
that's
about this,
fine. No,
by
no.
the
For
way.
us, you could totally tell us and pitch us off the ideas. It's just
Well, I'm trying to make a proof of concept.
Jennifer, occasionally you come off a bit preachy.
I'm trying to
just
make a
saying.
proof of concept here. I don't need you to agree with me, but I don't want to continue in a big explanation if you don't understand what I'm saying. That's all. So I'm sorry if it
Oh
comes
no,
off as
I find your
preachy.
thought process fascinating, and that's going to register in my bank, and I probably won't remember until a particular point in time where someone else will say something. It'll resonate. I'm like, that sounds like something Jen said.
So continuing on with my explanation, I could have just picked one point and said that every single thing okay, not every single thing, sorry, everything about modern handheld computers and the internet can be perceived or understood as this one, a series of dominoes falling with this one singular cause, and that
Are you
singular
using
cause
that meme?
is.
Are you using that meme?
I'm just saying I
The
could
little
do
domino,
that.
the big domino. That would be
No,
kind of
I
fun.
wasn't thinking of. I know what you mean, though. I wasn't thinking of that. I was just trying to
That
say, like,
seems
I could
actually
do that.
applicable, but maybe in the other way. I don't know.
Well, my original plan was just to say 400 years ago and say that calculus is the thing that started it off, that made it so that, think of it like from a, alien's perspective. The minute they invented calculus, it was sort of destiny that they were going to have computers.
What is this infinitesimal calculus? No, I love it. No, power to you. Power to you. I just need to actually read
I
through.
thought you were doing signal processing. Now you're trying to do computers in general.
Well, signal processing is one of the necessary conditions for modern computers, and like that came about as a result of many different thinkers, which is how the diagram is sort of meant to be understood. Because after the whole hearing back the 400 years ago is too recent, blah blah blah, I was thinking, okay, well, if I had to add, obviously I'm not going to get rid of calculus as what I perceive to be the deciding factor for modern
Yeah, I mean, but
computers being
signal
a thing. So
processing
I'll
is.
add on, and I figured the Pythagorean theorem
I mean,
as the other sort of domino.
computers requires a significantly larger, than signal processing. There's, that's a huge topic. That computer signal processing is a, rather singular topic. Is it like computers requires?
Signal processing is a vast topic that is very poorly understood because it's mostly just practical applications.
Well, I think that's what Doovid's saying that you could focus on, because you also have like history and stuff in that. So like you have experience, and if you wanted to tie in some aspects to compute, I think what Doovid's asking is, Are
Well,
you doing like the history of computers or signal processing?
The idea is to explain the phenomenon of the cell phone as like a personal computer.
Oh no, just
Just
come at it
think of
from
it
the
as
angle. You can have that be
explaining the
a
personal
cute
computer
tangent.
as a confluence of historical thought currents.
Now, are you trying to do like the technical side of signal processing, or also how it affects like society?
Think of
and stuff?
history as being
I mean, you can do both. I'm
dictated
just saying you'd
by
have to.
the uncovering of ideas across time.
Okay.
And the more we learn ideas, like civilization, you kind of personify it as a single entity and think of it as like really slowly learning the concepts that we kind of take for granted today. So it's it's constructing a narrative to say, like, it didn't exactly happen at this point, but this point kind of marks some necessary condition that later snowballed into this thing that turned out to be what I wanted to talk about in the writing. So, anyway, I fixed the
So-
points at 2500 or sorry, 500 BC, 2500 years ago, and 1650. We're following?
Okay.
So, if I'm going to tell a story, the question is, should I break that interval into 4 parts or 8 parts?
For that particular period, are you're going past that, right? You're just saying that how many breaks you should turn that period into.
How many chapters, if we were telling a story from that was 2500 years long, how many, segments ought the story have?
It would depend on what stuff happens that we have historical records. I don't know.
It would be a question of like how many meaningful chapters would there be, exactly like what happened that was important, but it's like we have to make that decision. So there's really no we've already kind of made the decision. We've said
Is this the outline of
Pythagorean
things you
theorem.
wanted to touch upon? Because if you have like the list of like the topics you're going to touch upon, then you could
No,
separate
there's
them
only
into
one
chapters.
topic. There's only one
Okay.
topic and a bunch of ideas that flow together to generate the inevitability of the phenomenon. So
I
it's
mean,
just it's like a story, a synthetic historical narrative where you
So you're trying to use signal processing as the Odysseus to your Odyssey.
I'm not sure what that means, but I wish I did.
Oh no, Odysseus was the hero of the Odyssey, which was one of those great like epic tales of the past. Some folks view it as one of the greatest stories ever told of the hero Odysseus going out. Some folks call it Ulysses and stuff too. I think that's more of an Americanized version of it. It sounds like you're using signal processing as your hero, your protagonist, or whatnot, and explaining how this is developed over time and
No,
its effects on
it's
us.
an impersonal narrative, so it's like the influence of an idea on civilization.
Right. You're using the idea as the protagonist or
Well,
whatnot.
the
or
idea doesn't
what's
have a
being covered.
personality. There's no like.
Does it?
I'm not trying
I'm
to give the
sorry.
idea a
I shouldn't have done that.
personality.
I was wrong.
What I'm trying to do is use various historical figures as exponents of ideas, and ideas as abstractions upon this corpus of, various intellectual pursuits. So it starts at Pythagorean theorem, that's 2500 years ago. And then, so I could either divide that into 4 different sections or 8 or 7. And the way I could do 7 is to do the standard 4, and then in the last one, subdivide that again in 4, right? So that'll give you 7. So you can always do that because it goes, you divide it in 10, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then the 1 is just 1/10 of your original subdividing factor, if that makes sense. So what I ended up going with was 8. So it'll be 8 different. If you think of it as like a journey, we're going to start the journey 2,500 years ago. We're going to end the journey today, and it's going to be divided into 8 parts. And the first 4 are going to be much bigger than the last 4, which are going to be less than 17% the size of the first one. If that made sense. So
Okay. Number 1, breathe, Jen. Now, it sounds like you're essentially writing what would be, if you turned into a movie, a documentary. No?
Exactly. I'm trying to give
Cool.
a compelling
No, I love it.
documentary where it's like, obviously it's simplified. Everybody gets that it's historical storytelling, but it's meant to show how ideas and technology and civilization all sort of evolve together.
Totally. No. I love the idea. I love the idea. It just I haven't been around and haven't had a chance. I mean, if you can put together what you want to cover, and as long as it's at least in a decent chronological order or just within the valence there, I'll totally look at it, do some research and stuff. I can give you my, because I mean I like doing movies and stuff like that. So I can also, I'm starting to write again slowly. Uh no, I'd love to help you on this. I think it's fascinating.
Thanks. So I don't know if you can see what I'm screen sharing, but there's different intervals, and it just happens to line up like basically perfectly with the Nicene Creed, 360 AD. So I think from Socrates to the Nicene Creed, that's a great arc. And then after,
Do you also have listed some of the ideas from that period, or did you
I
just
can
have
do
it
that,
listed
sure.
that? Okay,
If
yeah,
you
yeah.
want, if you're comfortable with me moving on from this, I can just start scrolling down where I actually have the list.
Okay, yeah. Just go through that because I need to go in a few minutes. I just wanted to pop in and see what was going on because it was a fascinating place.
Oh yeah, well, we had a conversation with a pantheist named Renell, and it was wonderful.
Oh my
and
God, I didn't see the name. I just called him brother. I follow. Oh my God, I thought he was Muslim. I'm sorry.
I've always enjoyed, every time it's been really fun to talk to him. He actually went on T-Jumps. That's like literally how I met him. I was like, this is the best guest that's ever been on T-Jump for full time. And unfortunately, couldn't find the link. Dude, do you have that link off when he was on T-Jump?
You might could search it.
I just tried doing it and I couldn't find it. But anyway, yeah. So it'll be
What we got?
exciting to see, like, and I'm gonna basically, I got an account on like a helper for not sucking at writing, and I'm gonna try to get this narrative worked out more specifically, obviously, like in terms of the ideas that I want to represent, and then eventually try to feed that into AI to help me write a full story on it to see if it's possible.
I mean, you could. I mean,
I put the link
I'm
in the
happy to
chat.
help. Let's do
Oh,
it.
thank you. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited, and it's nice to see you doing stuff on your channel and hearing that you're super busy with streams as well. So kudos.
Cool. I think things are going to pick up in the very near future. I have a hunch.
If you want to hop off, that's cool. If you want me to talk a little bit about what I have for my,
Oh no! I you just go through. Just go through some of the stuff. Just even scrolling. I'm reading this. I'm like, there's things here I haven't heard of before, and that's why I pop on because this is how I learn.
so the major thinkers for the first bit are going to be Aristotle, Socrates, Pythagoras, and then you have, so that's the first leg. So that's 40% of the first 100%, which
Okay.
is, you know, the second 100% is 17% of the size of the first. So just keep that in mind in terms of time intervals. This one is by far the biggest. And it's sort of setting the stage in a subtle way to go on to the next one. And I wanted to focus on a decline with the expansion. So basically a trade-off between the imperial expansion and the technological advancement. So there was a sort of a spiritual technology advancement for a while, followed by imperial advancement, which then sort of stalled the spiritual advancement, if you see what I'm saying, for the second leg, which is 360 AD to 1000 AD. I thought it was great that it almost landed exactly on 1000. So it's sort of clean and nice.
The era of European castles.
Yeah, I wanted to connect castles with cities, with city culture, and computers being like part of that, as like more
Networking,
more
like
important,
mannerism.
networking being more important in the city, basically.
I
than
thought
otherwise.
castles was an interesting way to. I mean, if you mean like the feudal system or mannerism, I don't know if there's an era of castles.
Remember we were talking about moats and everything? Go ahead.
No, I see, because I think would do it's coming from, because my big thing is very often, maybe it's just kind of a dude thing, but it's like castles are basically defense mechanisms that work pretty well for a number of things. But if you're going to be talking about like the castle culture, it's like, all right, you have the castle, you have the surrounding things, which led to a lot of feudalism and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, were there mistakes? Yeah, have we learned? I mean,
Modern Bailey
hopefully.
fallacy, or the Matt the Happle, all the young dudes. You know that one? Matt the Happle,
No,
all the young dudes.
no, I haven't.
You
No.
know the David Bowie song, all the young dudes carry the news.
Oh, okay. No, that
It
sounds
was
a
a
little
famous song,
familiar.
but when
Yeah.
Jennifer was talking about evolution with if it was Bubble that was going to debate T-Jump, and she was telling him about the Mott and Bailey fallacy, which is like Mott, I guess was the castle moats and
Right.
structures. I miss. I thought it was, I misspoke for some reason. I was like the Mott the Happle fallacy.
I can see. No,
Mott
I
the
do that
Happle was the
sometimes myself.
one hit
You're like, oh,
wonder.
she's talking about the song.
Mott the
Oh,
Happle with one hit wonder, 73. All the young dudes.
oh,
Yes,
that
not
was
to be
fun.
confused with the matzo ball fallacy.
But the era of European castles. I don't think it's I mean, you could call it, but I think you mean like the era
It's
of
meant to be part
the
of an
feudal
overall
system,
narrative.
or
It's not like
mannerism.
it's not like this is the only thing that
It's
happened to
just
the exclusion of
notes.
everything
It's
else.
just first. It's just first draft notes for Jennifer. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean
It's okay.
castles. Like if you mean, but yeah, I think mannerism. If you mean the networked system of
I'm talking about Norman cultural, conquests and
You should
their
call it castle
gigantic
culture.
fucking castles.
Just call it castle culture. Makes me smile.
It's like not quite any type of notable
Oh no.
technological. This
No, see,
computers is mostly
actually,
about
no,
technology.
Doovid. I think we're getting this wrong. It says the era of European castles, not the error.
No, I was just mentioning because a few weeks ago, I did that song "All the Young Dudes," and that the Matt the Happle, I mean Matt and Bailey fallacy, and Matt and Bailey are elements of a castle. But
Right.
yeah, man, I think the system of
Like
mannerism of the
the
feudal system.
existence of that fallacy is an anecdote in support of the importance of European castle culture, bros.
Well, and the castle, yeah, I mean the larger castles are an element of feudal or culture or mannerism, and Matt and Bailey are elements of castles. But it just rang the bell because we talked about the Matt and Bailey for hours that other week, and then I talked about that Matt the Happle for whatever reason. Matt and Bailey like kept on popping into my head as Matt the Happle,
You know the
which
narrative. Sorry to
I
interrupt you,
would
but you know
assume
the narrative.
memes. I don't know if memes is a music guy, but I was guessing that for him also Matt the Happle would probably ring more of a bell to him than Matt and Bailey.
Oh no. The Mon Bailey rings a little stronger. But Jen, you were saying.
I was just like, I don't know what books this is from, but like, I don't know if you ever heard the quip about if aliens came here, they would think that that cars ran the planet because everything's essentially terraformed for cars. Ever heard that
Well, yeah, and
quote?
we're also inside them.
But have you heard the quote though? Like that it seems like we're kind of, engineering our civilization for cars or
Yeah,
something.
suburbs. I mean, like certainly my
Anyway,
parents,
the point is that
they don't even have sidewalks. But yeah, I mean, cities are designed for cars, not for people.
yeah, exactly, especially in the US. But the point is that that's not what I'm talking about here. But for this next time interval from 1435 to 1650, the important development was on the level of what is it, like colonialism farming,
The feudal system.
colonial farming, as well
Well,
as
it's not colonial. I mean, colonial is like when you like you went to Africa or India. But I mean, I think you just mean the
I'm
feudal
talking about the
system.
New World specifically, because colonialism in Africa is going on way before that. There's a lot of New World, not a lot of wide
What
scale
years are you
migration into the
talking?
New World at that point.
I mean,
You're talking about
colonialism starts maybe like,
European colonialism.
I mean, European colonialism doesn't really start till like the 1600s, 1700s.
Well, that's we're at 1650, I think. Or oh, you're talking about migration.
Columbus
Okay.
sails to America, 1492,
Right.
and why is the name slipping me? The Vasco da Gama, gets to India in like the 1550s, but colonialization doesn't start till really like 100. I mean, even colonialization really gets going in the 1800s.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm taking is you're setting it up. It's like, okay, as humanity, we develop these ideas. We focus so much on these ideas, and as time went by and times changed and societies changed, we would often have technology start to fill in. And in some ways, well, maybe we didn't need to think about all these ideas because the technology is leading us ahead. Then we kind of get to a point where it's like, okay, we need some newer ideas to help bring us along. And then we start getting into the days
It's
of
not going to
kind of
really
where
go
we're getting
into
along.
that. It's not meant to persuade anyone to an opinion. It's
I mean,
meant
No, I'm
to
not saying you're just
about
kind of
demonstrate.
signal
laying it out.
processing.
It's meant to
If you're just
demonstrate
talking about
how
the
ideas
precursor ideas
pull
of
the
signal
past into the
processing,
present.
I mean, sometimes when you're doing historical review, you just feel like bringing up other connected things, or if you want to be, pure to the ideas that are precursor ideas to signal processing,
Well,
and
I'm trying to account
We
for
should
the slowdown in development of understanding of concepts associated with technology.
think
well,
she's
I'm saying
also
just
trying to
writing,
make it fun.
yeah, but saying,
And
I
interesting
mean,
to some
that's
extent too,
interesting,
yeah.
but that has nothing to do really with the history of signal processing. I mean, but besides, like, okay, how come there was no major developments in signal processing during the Dark Ages? Because it was the Dark Ages, and you're going to try to explain like
Okay.
the decline of the Dark Ages, but you say, okay, you're doing the history of signal processing,
What I'm
and
trying to do is tell a semi-decent story and break up the time interval and put
Segmented, that's
the
why.
idea is that there's about the same amount of information in every time interval, even though the time intervals are different sizes, that it's like engineered to line up with what is important in the overall
That's why the
story.
present is the heaviest part. Like it would have the most information, whereas the prior would basically the stuff in the past. Yes, we're laying this out. We're telling a story, so you can kind of get like a feel about maybe what was going on and stuff like. And that's why the history narratives are actually very interesting because you could just have the information. Here are the equations. Here's this, and could you figure things out? Yeah, but I think that's also one of the reasons why Professor Wolfram he's doing deep dives hundreds of years back into thermodynamics because he's also like, well, what did people actually think then? What were the topics of the day? So rather than having to debate and go around asking the same questions people did like 200 years ago, it's like, well, what were people thinking then? Do we have easier answers if we phrase them the same way they did back then? Maybe they didn't have an answer back then, but now maybe, I don't know, you type into Google Wolfram Alpha or whatever, and maybe you find some, oh, hey, some graduate student did a paper on this like 5 years ago. How very interesting.
yeah, I mean, generally, I mean, if you're trying to even out for your research, but or you're just the aesthetic of your paper, but I mean, generally, people do the Greeks, and then just like, and there wasn't many developments till the Renaissance. So if you're just focusing on the narrow topic of the history of signal processing and the precursor ideas, and you have a little bit about the Greeks, and then you just have like a sentence and like nothing major till the advent of the Renaissance 1,000 years later, and it's like that for the history of countless subjects. And due to your aesthetic, you don't want to have like a big section on the Greeks and then nothing for 1,000 years. You want to even it out. It may not pay. You may just do basic like the Greeks, and then hardly anything till the Renaissance.
Sure, maybe.
Well, I think the thing is we. Oh, sorry to cut you off, Jay. I think too often we kind of have those stories where it's like we're skipping over hundreds of years, and I think Jennifer is trying to be like, at least touch upon some of these things that maybe don't always get touched upon. Now, how that gets tied in exactly, I'm curious. So
Well,
I
think
think
about
it's a
something
great idea. I
like
want to read it.
what's
Yeah,
the
it could
name?
just be. I mean, but it's if your point is to write on this
The King
history
of
of
the
signal
Round Table,
processing.
Arthur's Knights and whatnot.
Yeah, I say like, yeah, but you want to write on the history of signal processing.
Storytelling,
Don't get
snowballing it into like
don't get
modern.
caught up with giving a coherent narrative of history. Just you suffice it with these necessitate precursor ideas in ancient Greece, and then not much development on those ideas till the modern era.
I think
Anyway,
Jen really likes the 5 rings.
so you're saying I should start my dissertation in the
Yes.
17th century and just
No.
summarize the previous, bloody blah years all the way back to Pythagoras as one little thing? Is that what you're saying? I could do that too.
I mean, I think you should just do what you want to do what you're passionate about, and you can always edit whatever you do. That's the thing. It's
Well,
like
there
if you
isn't
don't
as
need to
much
use
going.
it.
There definitely isn't as much going on for the latter, 70% of the first section.
Why did my essay on self, like it was okay, like know thyself was one of the 3 dictums on the Oracle of Delphi, and then I have Aristotle and Plato, and like I have a paragraph on the Greeks, and I have like a sentence or two about everything until the Renaissance, and then basically Descartes. But there was enough relevant information in ancient Greece on the self that I had to include, or I felt compelled to include a reasonable, like half a paragraph at least, about ancient Greece. And for signal processing, it's probably the same. There's enough relevant precursor information in the ancient world that you should include that. But there's probably not that much relevant to signal processing from the ancient Greece till Descartes, till the beginning of the Renaissance. And just because you mention a few ideas from ancient Greece doesn't mean that you could just state that there wasn't that many significant developments in signal processing from then till the advent of the Renaissance. And like for some stupid like I don't go stupid, but some aesthetic where you feel compelled to like write a random history of unrelated things that happened from the Greeks till the Renaissance that have nothing to do with signal processing.
Now, when we say signal processing, what do we specifically mean? Because I don't. I'm looking at the applicable fields, at least on Wikipedia. Take for
Well,
what
just
it's
remember
worth,
that
but I'm like,
I'm not even talking about writing about signal processing. This is Doooovid's hallucinogenics rejection here. I'm talking about accounting for the modern phenomenon of the handheld, like internet access device.
That's not what
that
you
is
said
very
last
different
week.
than the history of signal
you changed your
processing.
mind.
What we call modern signal processing is an integral part of that for telecoms reasons.
I mean, in some ways, signal processing is bigger than the computer because it's used for analog and digital and other techniques and sound and various things. So, as a mathematical method, signal processing is larger than just the computer. But in the element of the computer, signal processing is just one element. From probably most people of the history of the computer, signal processing wouldn't be considered more than 10-20% of the history of the computer. But as I said, this signal processing in and of itself is a larger. The mathematical techniques are more important than the computer and the microchip because it's used for analog devices that don't necessitate microchips or computing.
It sounds like signal processing is probably a chapter or towards the end of the thing, and that's what things get tied into.
Well, I'm just confused because last week I thought it was going to be the history of signal processing, and now she's changing it to something else.
Oh my gosh, it's always been understanding computation. Okay, it's been always what led to our modern understanding of computation, so that I can speak to that in the context of our modern understanding of consciousness. That's what it's always been. And signal processing, sorry if I wasn't clear there, I perceived, or I believe, is integral part of the advent of modern computers.
Now you're talking about computation or the computer, like computation as a mathematical field or computers as a technology engineering.
Modern computers as a phenomenon that arose and dependent arising with the modern
You keep on
understanding of
using different
computation.
words.
Holy shit.
I think this is
I mean,
what's
there's
called being
computation,
pedantic.
computers, signal processing are all different things, and you keep on changing what you're saying.
It's meant to answer the question, where did modern computers come from?
So it's
Where'd they
where's
come from?
Waldo?
Okay, where'd they come from? But they came from, obviously evolution of society. So we got to go in like detectives, as you said, where's Waldo, and try to sniff out the if there was an actual idea animating the history, where would it
Yeah,
be?
but modern computers come from mechanical computers. Signal processing is more related to signals in electronics. I mean, signal processing is generally
Uh,
part of electrical engineering. Modern computers predate electronic circuitry. Modern computers derive from mechanical computers, and then God forbid, obviously the vacuum tubes, and then the use of electric signals for the microchip. So I mean, signal processing for computing, it has dual importance in terms of now communication, but in terms of the microchip and how electric signals are used in microchips is the main importance of signal processing in terms of the modern computer. But modern computers don't derive from mechanical computers till they realize that they could use electronics for microchips.
I feel like we're not using the
You have like
precisely
logic
correct
circuits, like
words
bool.
right now. No. I hear what you're saying.
Usually, computers don't start with
I think
the
we
history of
passed that
computers.
signpost quite a ways back, memes.
The history of
I mean,
computers.
I don't want to say you're literally doing the history of the memetics of humanity that led to modern computers, but that's what it kind of sounds like.
Well, I mean, the signal processing is generally a field of electrical engineering,
Right.
although the mathematical techniques that are used for it date back to the ancient Greeks. So electricity
Right.
is more a modern invention. If you talk like computing, computing like Boolean logic, circuit logic, mechanical computers, Babbage, and Lady Ada Lovelace, and vacuum tubes and abacuses. So it just happens that about the same time as signal processing, um, in Shannon and information theory, you have the technology of the microchip. And then from the creation of the microchip, basically all computing is done with computers. But I mean, computers started with mechanical devices. So it's a complication and divergence of the history. And if you're talking about mathematical methods, so like the current signal processing of electrical engineering, even though they didn't really have electronics in ancient Greece, the precursors to the mathematics that is used for today go back to calculus. I mean, calculus was created before it had engineering applications, and now all engineering applications use calculus. So if you're going to do a history just of signal processing, you have a history of mathematics before the advent of electricity. And then once you have the advent of electricity, signal processing is almost completely within the realm of electricity. And then, so computers, you have various elements that, yeah, computers necessitate electricity and microchips, but most of the precursor elements to the computer don't have anything to do with electricity. They're like, circuit logic and mechanical devices where you're like I said, Babbage and Boole.
So do humans do signal processing?
Well, yeah, I mean, because humans are electric signals, they're nervous system. I mean, the brain, presumably, if you're talking about consciousness, but I mean, signal processing is just conceptually of how electric signals, how electric charge delivers information.
Doovid, you should do a bunch of shorts on your channel, like just like an answer like that. You just gave like a 20-second answer that was so concise. I feel like people would
Well, I
find
was
it
trying
useful.
to encourage Jennifer in her writing, and that's what it sounded like like a project
Well, you're
just
shitting
for
on my
history of
idea
signal
pretty
processing.
harshly, so
Well, I
it's
mean, because
kind
now
of
her
rough.
history of signal processing is now like becoming the history of everything, as opposed to just
It
the
wasn't
history of
ever
signal
going to be the
processing.
history of signal processing. I thought it was always going to be the history of modern computers.
Yeah,
That was
that
always my
topic's
understanding.
probably too big for like just the history of signal processing is probably, and that could, if you start with the history of signal processing, then you could add into that, eventually, but it probably easier to just start with you could have a comprehensive history of signal processing and then expand on that too, uh, because like signal processing doesn't necessitate like bool and logic circuits and mechanical devices and then material sciences. And I mean, I thought you were going to deal more the history of signal processing, and it was going to be like a history of mathematics.
The idea is to look at history as being the civilization as one thing being animated by different ideas to different extents across history.
I think you should both do your own projects and let me splice it together.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to help her with her writing, so just encouraging her for a subject she could write on, and now she wants like the history
No,
of
no, no, no,
everything.
no. But
I mean,
Doovid, you
now
But
she
it's
seem
wants to
not
you
the
write a
seem
history of
kind of
everything. It's
on
literally
history.
2,500 years. That's almost nothing.
But I mean, now you want like to write a
most
book
of
on the theory of history.
modern history.
Saying like, yeah, I was just saying like the
2,500
history of signal
years is
processing.
not history.
I mean, last week she was saying she had like 400 years of signal processing, and I was like, I was trying to say that that's not a good idea because like signal processing is really only like 70 years old, and so if you're talking about the history of the precursor ideas to signal processing, and she was like, okay, we'll start with 400 years. So I was like, well, you might as well start with the beginning in the Greeks, or the beginning of the ideas that were important, and
So she took
like
your advice.
I don't even think Pythagoras is that important for the history of signal processing, but like whatever the basic elements like Euclid or
I'm
of
sorry, but Pythagoras is extremely important for the Boolean logic.
Since we've come to triangles, I'm gonna triangle my way out of here and get some sleep before work. But this is
Thanks for
fascinating.
coming on,
Send
and it's
me a
awesome to have
draft.
you
Send me a
part of
draft
the
as well.
great unfolding of history and explosion of knowledge. And look forward to hearing the next pieces of info that you have for us.
yeah.
I
Thanks
think
for
things
popping
are
on.
gonna pick up.
Blessings.
No, hey, good to see you all. I'm glad. See, I like this because you get out there, you talk about different things and everything. You get a pantheist on here. He's starting his movement. Hey, I mean, power to him. Do good works out there and everything. And hey, may God bless.
The progression of ideas is extremely. All of my essays have like the historical section on the progression, the history of the idea, and some sort of analysis of the progression leading up to the modern understanding of the idea. And generally, it has to be limited because, like, once you're talking history, uh, even just a narrow, extremely narrow perspective, like the history of the idea is important to signal processing. If you mean the precursor mathematical ideas, um, then you're going to try to expand that into like a history of mathematics, or it should probably be narrow in scope. That's why I said like
I can't do a history of mathematics. That is too wide in scope. That's
the
way too much.
the one book that I found that the history of signal processing basically just starts 70 years ago. And like there's only a little like I was just from what I saw, I didn't buy the book because it didn't even look that good. Because he has a like just like a silly or writing about like kind of irrelevant things that but maybe a few precursor things into the mid 1800s. But I mean the history of signal processing started basically 70 years ago. So if you're going to include the precursor ideas, you're really talking about the history of mathematics. the history of mathematical
I'm
ideas that were
talking about the history of computers.
Yeah, I have like
Computers
Well-
and math, not the same. Obviously, I would never agree with such a definition.
yeah, because computers are mechanical devices, engineering.
A computer is a type of mechanical device, exactly.
Yeah, but computers in the realm of engineering, not science or math.
Okay, I agree. I don't see.
And I even have multiple books on the history of computers, and some of them go back 5,000 years, and if you're going to include the precursor math and science ideas in the history of computers, or you're just going to have it more the history of engineering that doesn't cover the history of the math and scientific ideas.
Well, the idea is to summarize the ideas and then narrate the progression of history as a progressive uncovering of various aspects of these ideas. And so
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
why the
it just seems like
timeline
too large
matters.
of a topic.
Think of it
I mean,
like
good
an
luck with it.
engine.
Right? I mean, you have a problem writing like a single essay, and then like why you would choose, like I said, like the history of signal processing is a narrow enough scope that it might be something where you could work on your writing. The history of computers is just a mega topic that seems that beyond your scope or abilities now.
Why is writing about computers beyond the scope of my ability exactly?
I mean, God forbid if writing in general is beyond the scope of your abilities.
So
But
where do like
so I'm
where
saying
does
like
the ideas from
the
stories
purpose
come
of
from?
writing the history was as an exercise to work on your writing skills.
And
So
this
it's
is
like,
something I can write about because it's interesting.
well, no, I don't think you're going to be able to write about it because it's too large of a topic.
I just write about it in a succinct way.
Okay, good luck.
If I'm just describing an idea, then that won't take very long because it's
Okay,
just an idea.
well, good luck.
Yeah. So I'm so excited to try, or I've been working on it really hard. There's a couple. There's like the beta tester OpenAI helper. You can do questions and answers. I've got one displayed now as for an example, and also can have it correct your text. So I said write this in correct English and remove the passive voice and make the text flow. So that was my instruction, and I sent you like just a little section of text, and I guess you felt that was better than normal, I guess.
Well, I mean, God forbid the computer text was better than your typical text, at least for the introduction, because it actually introduced the topic, defined it, and then laid out like why it would be important to the reader.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you were going to use that to inspire yourself, I mean, you could just plagiarize it, I guess, or if you're going to try to use that to inspire yourself to, be able to write that, write, good a good introduction. We just like explain the value of yoga to a STEM audience. Yoga can be a valuable practice for STEM audiences as it can help to improve focus, reduce stress, and increase physical and mental well-being. The physical postures of yoga can help to improve flexibility, strength, and balance, while the breathing exercises and meditation can help to reduce stress and improve focus. Even this could use some editing, like it's not that great, but at least it's doing what you failed to do in your introductions, was to give the value proposition to the reader. and even definitions. Explain
Yeah.
quantum entanglement with a focus on Buddhism. Quantum entanglement is a phenomenon in which two particles remain connected even when separated by large distances. From a Buddhist perspective, the phenomenon can be seen as a reflection of the interconnectedness of things. Buddhism teaches that all things are interconnected and interdependent, and that the boundaries between objects and phenomenon are ultimately illusory. Quantum entanglement can be seen as a physical manifestation of this interconnectedness, and it suggests that particles that have interacted in the past remain connected even when separated by large distances. And that one's almost exceptionally good. But
Yeah, I
just
felt the same way. I was
it
pretty
it
blown away.
defines it. It just what I said, like definition, and okay, there's no narrative voice here; it's computer generated. So the introduction of the author. So I said, introduction has the introduction to the topic, the definition of the topic, your relationship to the topic, and then the value proposition to the reader for the topic, then the roadmap. So this is missing the one part also that you were very problematic at was your relationship to the topic, but it's you're very good
Yeah,
at
because I just wanted to pretend I didn't exist.
yeah, I mean, whatever your personal issues that are holding back your writing, hopefully you'll be able to resolve. But these ones are very good at explaining the value proposition to the reader, like why this topic should be interesting to the reader.
It's just I'm not sure how to explain what qualifies a person to talk about
You
consciousness.
always make this category error, because I didn't say you had to qualify yourself. You had to explain your relationship to the topic. Your relationship to the topic does not mean you're. When you look at
Okay.
you don't have to be
I
qualified
guess I guess I'm understanding that as the same
expert
thing.
to write about something. You could
That's
write
fine.
about something you're unqualified.
So how do I guess I'm not sure how to explain my
I went to the
relationship with
basketball
the
game
topic.
I went to the opera the other night. It was the first time in my life I'd ever been to an opera. I don't know anything about the opera. I'm completely unqualified to talk about the opera, but because I went to the opera the other night, I'm writing about it. I mean, your relationship to the topic, that there's setting the narrative voice, that there's a reason why the author is writing this. And there should be some clarification to the reader is why the author is writing that. That's your relationship to the topic. And you're already making this category jumping. Well, I'm writing about the topic because I'm an expert. And you're saying you don't have to be an
Yeah,
expert
I
to write
didn't
about the
actually
topic.
say that though.
Well, I'm saying that's what you always jump to, and it's saying you don't have to. You could be a beginner and write about something. You don't have to qualify yourself. You just have to explain your relationship so there's some narrative voice understanding to the reader of who is this person writing it and why are they writing it? What's their relationship to the topic? And so, whatever reason, every time I
Okay.
say that, you jump right into expertise or qualification and saying that's not what you mean. It's not. I mean, that could be what you say, but that's not what you have. That's not a necessary element of your relationship to the topic. Like, I watched Week in Review with Doovid and Jennifer for the first time in my life. I never heard of him before, and now I'm going to write a paper on it. Just a clear explanation to the audience, to the readers, your relationship to the topic.
Yeah, I guess I've been struggling explaining my relationship to the topic.
I mean, signal processing, like, there you might have a relationship, might qualify your expertise or he might just say, um, I want to work on my writing, and I chose the topic of signal processing as an exercise for my writing. Just upfront clarification to the reader why you're writing this, what your relationship to the topic is. I have no relation to the topic. I just wanted to work on my writing skills, so I chose randomly a topic to write the history of.
Okay.
Or, I want to work on my writing skills, so I chose to write an essay on the history of signal processing, of which I worked 10 years in the field, and due to my background in physics and mathematics, have quite a bit of knowledge in, although I hadn't done much research into the history of the field till beginning to write this essay. Just something upfront that clarifies to the reader your relationship to the topic. With the computer, you're like, okay, I searched my internet database and definition for the definition. So the computer, the AI doesn't have that element where they can't do that for you because they don't know anything about you. You could possibly have an AI where they have some information on you where the AI would be able to include that. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they have AI programs that you could put some information about yourself, and that they would do that for but generally, it makes sense that the AI doesn't include that because the AI doesn't have any information about you. But they, do have the standard format of defining the topic, introducing the topic, defining the topic, and explaining why the topic should be interesting to the readers.
Great. It definitely seems rather clumsy to have this huge gap if it's a story, if it's a historical story. Definitely seems odd.
No, I mean, almost all of my books, that's why it's called the Dark Ages, have that gap. I said, and I said most of the time, when we introduce a topic, you have a historical review, and it said the Greeks or the Bible or a speculative evolutionary background is quite common, and to have a huge gap in the Dark Ages is quite common. It's almost standard. So if you didn't know history, and someone was reading it and be like, why the hell did they go from the Greeks and skip 1,000 years? So you could just let it be weird and be like, okay, like you could assume that most of the readers have heard of the Dark Ages.
Right.
So you don't need to fill in like a bunch of random filler about what happened during those 1,000 years if it's not relevant to the topic. And instead of just like, and you could, like a sentence, like you said, well-formed paragraphs, where you have a paragraph about the ancient history, and then some sort of transition, like the last sentence of that paragraph would be, and there were minimal advancements in the field till the Renaissance, and then the first sentence, the next sentence would be like, oh, in the Renaissance there was a whole bunch of new advancements in the field of mathematics that played a significant role uh, for for what eventually became signal processing. And then Descartes and you know Leibniz, or however you're going to do it. but I mean, it's just the transition roadmap to the reader that's going to transition from one paragraph to the next. But you said like you could just if you got Aristotle, Euclid, Pythagoras, whoever, and then one sentence that explains that there weren't any major advancements till the Renaissance. Or you could give a few sentences that talk about that historical frame, like related to the topic, but don't. There's no reason to give like random history of what happened during that 1,000 years because it's a topical essay.
Topical essay.
Just
And
like
the topic is?
What if it was this history signal processing?
It's not a history of signal processing. You keep wanting to make it that, and it's starting to piss me off that you're trying to write my
That's what
thing.
you said last week.
If you want to help me, listen to me. The history of signal processing, it's about understanding the advent of modern computers. That's what it's about. Signal processing is integral to that. But it's not equal to it, and it's not the only
I don't think you're going to be able to do that. So if you do plan on doing that,
maybe you couldn't do it, but you don't know what I can do.
You're
so
probably
it's like,
better off starting with the history of signal
there's no
processing.
point of being so negative.
I'm not being so negative. I'm just saying that I just assess the size of the task. And even if that was the task that you wanted, probably starting with the history of signal processing would be more sensible. The history of computers is a mammoth topic.
Well, not if it's broken down into a very small number of ideas.
Yeah, I mean, you could start like, okay, like I'm reading the 11 I just finished volume 1. So I'm now on volume 2 of the 11 volume history of logic, which is like 10,000 pages.
Oh, how's that going?
It's going good. It's very interesting. But I'm saying like, like the 10,000 page, 11 volume series, History of Logic, like not all of the history of logic is relevant to the history of computers, but like obviously, okay, you could do the history of signal processing, you could do the history of logic, you could do the history of electricity. There's all relatively big topics and they're part of the history of computers. I don't even know, like, I mean, you could do like a 1-page essay on the history of computers. Like just have like.
It just depends how much information you want to include in it.
Yeah, like just like random tidbits, like Aristotle, Descartes, Babbage, Boole, Shannon, microchip, Apple, handheld. 1 page. But I mean, it's a mammoth topic, and
well, you don't seem to believe that it's possible to break it down into a relatively small number of ideas.
I do. I'm saying like I mean, you have a hard time writing anything. I have a hard time writing like in general, and so just like take on like this mammoth topic, the history of computers, it just seems borderline ridiculous. But I mean, good luck with it.
Okay, it's not the history of computers, it's understanding how the modern computer came about. And it's understanding it as being a result of several ideas over history evolving together. And that's what I'm trying to.
I understand what the history of computers. I've said I've read multiple books on it. I just don't like. I'm saying like, so you plan on like writing a book? writing a book that like probably no one's going to read, that's going to take you like 3 years to write?
I'm working on story development because I'm having trouble writing. And this is a story that I feel like I could easily develop. And also, yeah, I mean, that was always the plan. It was like a for fun thing to get better
For
at
fun, you're going
writing.
to spend like the next 3 years of your life writing a book on the history of computers, even though there's like multiple books on it already.
Are there any books that are presented as a series of developing ideas?
Yeah, I mean, I would guess there's probably like hundreds of books on the history of computers, and they probably have all sorts of methods of telling the history. Signal processing, like I only saw one book on the history of.
That's because most people don't really know much about the domain of signal processing. Because it really only applies to like telecoms.
I found a bunch of textbooks. Like I saw like hundreds.
Exactly. So there's textbooks because telecoms is like mostly an applied field historically.
Well, I mean, from what I see, signal processing usually is, I guess, electrical engineering. I think most of the people who would take a course in signal processing would be electrical engineers. I don't know where you took a course in signal processing. It was related to like,
I had a job in the field.
but you didn't take a course in it.
I took several courses in it, due to having a job in it. We had
At
to
university,
go
or
to
you're saying training course?
Yeah, some of them were at universities or training.
And was it housed in electrical engineering?
Most of the people there, no, they weren't electrical engineers. They were.
Was it in physics or math or electrical engineering?
Well, everyone in my lab had a background in like either language, speech science, or
I was
physics.
saying, what was the course? I mean, like
There
usually
were many courses. I had to take a bunch of courses to stay up to date
Yeah,
for
but
my
if
job.
courses are
Not all
housed,
this clout that you don't even, after all this time, believe I seem to believe that I even had.
I mean, I didn't say I didn't believe it, but it's saying like I haven't seen it. You know, if it's true, it's true.
What
But
do I need to send you my resume? Anyway,
well,
yeah,
no,
we had to take courses in various aspects of signal processing. I'm not
but
sure what you're
courses are
asking here.
housed in departments, so they're saying like you take physics 332 or math
I don't
420,
know
or
what
it was,
department it was.
you don't remember what
There
your
were
course was called?
several courses
I mean, honestly, I think
run through universities that I
could,
attended. It wasn't a single university.
I have
Oh
over
my God.
200 credit hours. I could remember the department, I think, for probably every course that I took. It was
Look, I just don't want to
philosophy,
discuss it.
linguistics, mathematics, physics, civil engineering. Um, I mean, you don't understand what I'm saying, that when you take a course in university,
And
usually
okay, this is not part of my university degree. I took courses in
it
university
doesn't
at
matter
my
whether it was part
job.
of your degree. University courses are housed in departments. There's no
Right.
generic. There wouldn't be a course. If there was a course in signal processing, it would either be in the physics department, the math department, or an engineering department. And generally, if it was in engineering, it would be a
It
field.
wasn't
It would
called a
be,
course in signal processing, okay? But it was that. Signal processing was the general banner under which everything else was.
so you don't remember what course. You don't remember what house.
I do remember. I'm
department
just
was
not going to
housed
say
in.
it on this show.
You're not going to say what how you can't say if it was physics or electrical engineering.
I'm just not going to. If you want to know, I can tell you offline. Anyway,
I guess. I mean, I don't understand why.
the point is there's
Why?
several. I can
I mean,
explain
I
it to
was
you
making. I mean, the point I
offline
was making
anyway.
that signal processing,
shit.
from what I saw, is housed in electrical engineering. If you took a course in signal processing, it was most likely in the engineering department of electrical engineering. I don't think there's a mathematical. I don't know. I didn't see like a mathematics course in signal processing. I didn't even see a physics course in signal processing. I think it's a field generally of electrical engineering. You're saying I'm wrong, or you're saying you took courses in it. I mean, you seem to be saying I'm wrong because you took courses in it, but then you can't. We're not saying, or you're saying you don't know, or you're not saying I'm wrong. You're saying I'm right, that you think I'm right, that signal
Are you
processing.
right that there was probably a faculty involved with the courses I took in
I don't know why
the
you're laughing. I'm
universities
saying
that I took
why
courses in? I'm not laughing. I'm
that
more
you say
like
signal
puffing, like
processing is
I'm
part of electrical
incredulous. It's
engineering.
more an incredulity puff than a giggle. Let's be
That
honest
signal
here.
processing is
I'm
part of
shocked.
electrical engineering.
That's conceivable that at a university there would be a signal processing class that was part of the university, that was part of the I don't even think there would be a signal processing course in a university, to be honest. I've never heard of that, so I don't know. And I'm looking it up and I can't find it, so not too sure. Try one more search there. Yeah, this
University
would
of
be a
Michigan.
pretty big undertaking.
University of Michigan has multiple courses. They're all in electrical and computer engineering, signal and image. Well, there's a course in signal and imaging processing and machine learning in electrical engineering. There's EECS 351 electrical and computer engineering. Course covers the basic of digital signal processing, including sampling, linear time invariant systems, convolution, Z transform, discrete time. There's EEC 452 digital signal processing design laboratory. There's EEC 755 electrical that there's another course, communications and signal processing seminars. There's EEC S559 optimization method for simple SIPML, that optimization methods for signal image processing for machine learning. And I guess that's the acronym SIMPLE. You know, SIMPLE, SIPML, signal and
I
image
don't think so.
processing and machine learning. There's
No, sorry.
CEE.
No, I didn't work directly in machine learning, so no. Look,
Okay, well,
Daryl keeps arguing with me about whether computers are involve digital signal processing. I'm talking about a microprocessor, Daryl. You just need to calm down. You want to show me a computer that doesn't have a microprocessor? Be my guest.
So here is actually in, no, I think it's still sensors, electric circuits, and signal processing. But yeah, I'm saying University of Michigan has like at least 5 courses in signal
Cool.
processing, and they're all in the they're all in electrical engineering. And that's
Alrighty.
all I was saying. I mean, if you didn't know that, like I thought you're supposedly the expert, and so I mean, I thought like you would have just validated that signal processing is housed in electrical engineering.
That sounds perfectly reasonable, but I thought you were asking about my courses in particular, and I just didn't know. So that's why it was just a bit of a deer in the headlights there.
Okay, I mean, to me, it just seemed unfathomable that you would have taken a course and like, I mean, because like I said, they're all.
I'm just not convinced it was run out of the engineering department.
I mean, University of Michigan, they're all EEC with a number, and I think at all universities, it'd be the same. It'd be EE and a number, electrical engineering and a number, and then you have the name of the course. But all courses, I think at all universities, pretty sure in Canada also, that they have an abbreviated form for the department, which would be like physics, math, electrical engineering, and then a number, and then the name of the course. But so I was saying that, yeah, there's hundreds of textbooks on signal processing, and saying that they're electrical engineering books. Some of them have a little bit of a history, but like almost none of them. I looked at probably like on Amazon, I flipped through like 10 different textbooks, just the table of content. Most of them didn't even have a chapter on the history of it. Some of them had like the first chapter on the history of it, and like none of them seemed to like start with the Greeks or because
Yeah, that's why I'm doing something different and narrating it as a development of ideas more so
well, I'm
than
saying that's why I thought the history of signal processing might be a good project because it doesn't really exist. The history of computers are hundreds of books on. The history of signal processing, I only found one book on, and even most of the textbooks on there's hundreds of textbooks on the subject. Almost none of them have a history.
well, because it's a very recent phenomenon that they came to identify whatever they identified as signal processing. Not that signals weren't being processed prior to that, but in this case, a signal being processed is talking about a signal transmitted over a wire in a
Electrical signals.
electrical grid.
So I mean, you say that the mathematics. I mean, Shannon's first paper on a mathematical. Um, what's the name of his paper? Remember what Shannon's paper is called?
No.
Mathematical Theory of Communication. Claude Shannon's, like, I mean, Wikipedia even has like the history. So Wikipedia, according to Alan Oppenheim and Schaefer, so I'm not sure where they got this from. I have to look. Uh, the principles of signal processing can be found in classical numerical analysis techniques of the 17th century. They further state that digital refinement of these techniques can be found in the digital control systems of the 1940s and 50s. In 1948, Claude Shannon wrote the influential A History of a Mathematical Theory of Communication, which was published by Bell Systems Technical Journal. This paper laid the groundwork for later development of information communication systems and processing of signals for transmission. Signals processing matured and flourished in the 1960s and 70s, and digital signal processing became widely used with specialized digital signal processing chips in the 1980s. So just looking at Oppenheim and Schaefer, 1975, wrote a book, Digital Signal Processing, which I'm assuming is a textbook.
Yeah, so that would definitely be worth mentioning as like
You could
very
buy
important that anything that happened after this that it radically changed the course of history. So it's like one of the arms of history.
I'm a little curious. Um, I'm a little curious if I'm trying to see if I could find one that has the table of contents. I'm a little curious about their history. Just the Wikipedia mentioning that Wikipedia has linked the article I shared, the 50 years of signal processing from the IEEE. But the statement that the principles of signal processing can be found in classical numerical analysis techniques of the 17th century. So I'm a little curious about that.
What book is that? You said curious like 18 times, so I'm are you talking? You're saying you're curious about a book or an idea?
Well, I'm curious about the idea, but the idea. So I'm curious if I could find at least the table of contents. Actually, this book you could, it's like God forbid, only like $1.77, for the used copy. Um,
So yeah, it looks like Shannon's article had information source producing a message, transmitter operating on the message to create a signal, channel. And so this is extremely important. Like anytime you take a picture, this is happening. Basically, anytime anything has to be sampled, this is it's happening. So
well, I mean, Shannon's 48 mathematical theory of communication doesn't seem like it's necessarily limited to electric signals. He's giving a general
it ends up
mathematical
really only applying to them because it has to do with denoising, which is a matter of the power in the signal.
that only applies to electrical signals, or
Well,
could it
practically
be,
speaking, that is what it's been established to work with. It may work on other signals, that remains to be seen. But
are
essentially, it's departing from a bitwise definition of information.
are radio waves considered, and does signal processing apply to waves?
Yeah, I can like think of it like
Like radio waves?
one of the really important things in it is the Nyquist theorem, and it has to do with the reproduction of a signal. So if you take a picture, what's happening when you're taking that picture to create an image? Can you describe that process?
Of taking a picture to create an image?
Yeah, like what's happening when it's not a trick question or anything, just what's going on when you go to click that button and take that picture.
In my current, like my cell phone technology?
Sure, it applies to any camera. It's just a generic treatment of the signal that it's receiving.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like my eye, you have a certain element of pixels or light, and they assign a color value to
It's
each of those.
opening a sensor, it's opening a hole to a sensor, which is then sampling a signal, which is light. Did you follow that? Did you follow what I said?
You're asking me, you're trying to explain something.
I'm just asking if you understood what I said. Because we're not at the Shannon information yet, and I don't want to keep going if you didn't follow that.
Yeah, I followed that. I'm not sure. I mean,
So it sampled it, and then when it sampled it, it saved it as various waveforms, which is the Fourier transform stuff, and then represented it in a bitmap, which allows it to be displayed on the screen.
well, if
Which
you're
is,
anachronizing,
it's a matrix. The bitmap is a matrix. That's the connection.
well, if you're anachronizing, because
What are you talking about? I'm describing signal processing.
no, I mean, but you're anachronizing because that stuff didn't exist when Shannon wrote his paper. I mean, the microchip or even the digital processing.
Not talking about a microchip. I'm talking about what is signal processing and Shannon information. And I'm trying to explain to you that it has to do with digitizing an analog signal in a bitmap. That is what Shannon, and how much power you need to maintain the fidelity of the signal.
You're anachronizing.
Okay, what are you talking about here?
Because you're talking about digital signal processing, and digital signal processing doesn't really come along till tens of years after Shannon.
But what's Shannon information?
So that's why I was asking whether Shannon information is not necessarily limited to electrical engineering. Digital signal processing is limited to electrical engineering and electrical signals. So we're talking about taking a picture with a photograph and you say, well, that Shannon information theory could apply to old school film photography. Radios, and when Shannon was alive, you had radios. I think you even had television. I think in the 40s, you already had transmitted television signals. They weren't that common, but that Shannon information theory could have applied to radio signals also. Digital signal processing is specific to electrical signals.
That is true.
Like I said, you're anachronizing.
I'm trying to explain to you how signal processing works, and I think I'm doing a pretty good job, and you're just getting upset for what appears to be no reason.
Because you're trying to explain how digital signal processing works.
Okay. So, signal processing.
Is that you're saying you only work with digital signal processing?
No.
You never work with analog signal processing?
I worked with tons of analog signal processing. That's where the Nyquist theorem comes in. Yeah.
And I don't know if you work with speakers.
Yep.
Did you work with speakers?
A lot. To a ridiculous degree. To a degree you wouldn't understand. Okay, so this stuff to me just, I don't know what any of this is, but there you go. So signal processing is just any instance of a signal being changed by a machine. That's my point. And then to get it
Wikipedia
into
already defines signal processing as an electrical engineering subfield.
digital signal processing, maybe. General signal processing is just signal
I
processing.
mean, Wikipedia has signal processing. Their main page is an electrical engineering subfield that focuses on analyzing, modifying, and synthesizing signals such as sound, images, and scientific measurements. So that's just on the Wikipedia page. That signal.
Yeah, I had that up before.
Yes, I'm just noting that signal processing in that realm is already defined within the subfield of electrical engineering. The history here. I mean, I could probably buy the Oppenheim and Schaefer book because I'm just curious the principles of signal processing being found in classical numerical analysis techniques. I don't know if he's referring to like that's after calculus. So it's probably not, if that would mean like Newton's method or
What are you talking about? Sorry.
I guess one of the definitive textbooks on signal engineering that's saying that the precursors that comes from the 17th century numerical methods. So I don't know if that means like Newton's method, because that would be in the 16th or Gaussian elimination.
I'm lost.
Gaussian-
Sorry. What are you talking about? Sorry.
Wikipedia that here says, quoting from this, I guess, definitive textbook on signal and processing, says that it could be the precursors could be found in the 17th century numerical methods, numeric and methods of numerical analysis, which 17th century, I think that would be like Newton's method.
17th century's calculus, yeah, and all the mechanical.
Because Gauss isn't in the 17th century, so I think Gaussian elimination is later, like Runge, Kutta, Euler, like Euler's method. Euler's in the 17th century.
That's
think,
another
or
one I
Euler.
should probably add to it. It would have to be after calculus was invented, because e to the x, the derivative of e to the x is e to the x, so that's for sure. That's a good one.
It said
But yeah,
numerical analysis is the study of algorithms that use numerical approximation for the problems of mathematical analysis. It's the study of numerical methods that attempt at finding approximate solutions of problems rather than the exact ones.
yeah, it's going to be a fun inquiry, and I'm excited to see if I can get the AI to give me some good suggestions.
So I guess, I mean, Euler's already, they said the 17th century, Newton's the only one. Because I mean, here in
Newton is the
Wikipedia,
only person from that century that they cite.
well, I mean, from the history, they have Newton's method, Lagrangian's method, Gaussian elimination, and Euler's method. Newton's the only one from the 17th century. Euler, Gauss, and or the 18th century, and Lagrange is the 19th century.
Makes
And
sense.
modern numerical analysis is 1947. John von Neumann and Goldstein. But I mean, so Neumann is the year before Shannon's famous paper on signal processing. So it may not be accurate. So just looking at it seemed an odd statement that Wikipedia claimed that the principles of signal processing can be found in the classical numerical analysis techniques of the 17th century. I mean, I guess is Newton's method. Does that make sense to you that Newton's method?
Can you screen share what you're showing, or it's hard to know exactly what you're referencing here? Sorry.
You don't remember Newton's method?
The limit of the slope of the tangent as
For
delta
estimating.
goes to zero? Is it the
Yeah.
limit definition of a derivative? Because if it's that, I know what that is. Is that what we're talking
Numerical
about?
analysis, Newton's method, also known as the Newton-Raphson method, is a root finding algorithm which produces successively better approximation to the roots of a real value function. The most basic version starts with a single variable function f defined for a real variable x, the function's derivative f of x, and an initial guess x of o for a root of f. If the function satisfies sufficient assumptions and the initial guess is close, then x of 1 equals x of o minus f of x of o divided by the derivative of x of o is a better approximation. So I mean, I remember using this in like high school. The algorithm is first in line of a class of Householder methods, succeeded by Haley's method. And then I think you had Euler's method, and then like Runge, Kutta, and these various techniques for estimating.
Yeah, estimating solutions doesn't really contribute to ideas, because you're not really, like, Newton's method doesn't really add any ideas to anything.
Yes, it's a little unclear. So I'd be curious. Like, I'm not gonna. I mean, because you're not no longer appear to be interested in the history of signal processing. So I'm not
Well, I'm
gonna.
interested in the ideas that led to the modern computer, and that will include signal processing a lot. But it'll be all that stuff from the perspective of ideas. And so Newton's method is an important idea for error and well, for approximating functions. But what's like, functions are the important concept, and it's not even functions that are important. It's the Cartesian coordinate system that's important, and functions are only important within the Cartesian system, and calculus is like more important than functions. And so everything is a bunch of ideas, not really people. People is like ideas, sort of.
Yeah, so I'm just curious why Wikipedia or this textbook disagrees with you and is claiming that.
Well, I mean, of
This
course, it's
these-
going to disagree with me. I mean, I'm undertaking a much longer explanation, because I'm basically saying that Aristotle and Pythagoras are like the most important
I-
contributors.
I'm gonna assume that it's unlikely that you know more about the history of signal processing than the authors of this famous textbook. I mean, it's possible.
Sure, I'm sure that they know far more about history than me.
Well,
I
I mean, just the history of
don't know
signal
history
process
well.
that for whatever reason, that if they're claiming that the important precursor to signal processing is the numerical methods of the 17th century. So if that's
That's
a
fine.
mistake, I mean, I could get the book, but
You know that was my original thesis, right? And you said I should go back further in history. And so did my dad. So I was like, okay, I'll do that. And now you're saying, well, it should only be in the 17th century. And it's like, okay.
well, you said
You're saying
400
I'm
years.
right again? Okay. I'll take
No, I
it.
mean, you said 400 years. So I mean, you're right. That's within 400 years. But I
Yeah,
said that
400 years as in approximately, as in calculus being the thing that was 400, that was approximately 400 years ago. I know it wasn't exactly 400 years ago, it's an approximation. I mean, it obviously it got invented. It didn't just magically spread worldwide to everyone understanding it instantly as soon as it got invented. I mean, stuff did not travel that fast back then.
they're not saying it was the calculus. They're saying it was numerical methods.
Oh, okay. And this is signal processing.
I got that straight off the Wikipedia page on signal processing. They're
Well, of
claiming-
course, yeah. Well, yeah, signal processing is all about error correction, of course. It's fine. So, yes, Newton's method is supremely important for error correction and signal processing. Okay, but signal processing is itself important to modern computers. Those two things aren't contradictory. Newton's method, it would be, fine to say that Newton's method was important for applied signal processing, but then the Fourier transform is just as important. Did they mention Fourier? Because I don't seem to remember that on the list. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I mean,
no, I mean, the very like one paragraph, like only like 3 sentences, wasn't much at all.
but they did mention Fourier.
No,
No, they didn't mention him.
they go straight from there to Shannon.
Okay. Well, it's true. I mean, Shannon is hugely influential in modern signal processing, but only because there was this telecom infrastructure. So what's important is the telecom infrastructure, and then Shannon is part of what led to the telecom infrastructure, but he's not the only person. He's not the only force that led to that.
Yeah, I mean, Shannon's also the precursor to the cognitive revolution with Chomsky. It's years after, but Shannon leads to key figure in the cognitive revolution. Although he didn't have any direct research in cognitive sciences, but the theory of information was integral to Chomsky and the cognitive revolution.
Yeah. Given how much stuff's happened recently, just in terms of information explosion, you could probably write a great number of different narratives on different phenomena, just taking your pick as starting at particular points and have it make sense and be pretty good. I mean, the
Chomsky
signal
would have been in high
processing is
school.
fundamentally about sampling a signal, reproducing the signal as a bunch of components, and being able to reproduce something that is reliably similar to the original in some type of observable metric of some kind. It's fundamentally about fidelity of a signal. So people ask about Nyquist theorem is a question of what the sample rate needs to be relative to the constituent frequencies that you're sampling. A minimum necessary sample rate to guarantee that you're not going to have what they call aliasing. So that's super important. I guess I hadn't really thought of it, so I can put it on the list. It's good input.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if it's exciting and you're doing research and you're making notes, and good luck with that.
Honestly, I'm taking it as an exercise in improving in writing. Like, that's the number one thing. It's meant to be a fun exercise to get better at writing, and just practice that. And maybe get some inspiration. How's your writing going?
I'm not doing any writing. I still have on my desk that history of self stuff, but I'm not really doing any work on it. I'm still reading some stuff on it. Basically tabled it.
Yeah. That sucks. I hope you can get back to it. Have you thought about signing up for a artificial intelligence writing helper?
No, I mean, I don't think that's my problem. I just think I don't have an audience, so I don't feel inspired to write just to write. So I would write to communicate to other people, but at this point, I have no one to communicate to. So I'm not writing. So I mean, I thank God I feel relatively confident. That's why, like, if I'm being your writing coach, you want to write for the sake of writing, but I feel relatively confident in my writing. It could always be improved, but I think the main reason I'm not writing is because I don't think I have no audience. I connect kind of like writing to work. So, like, I enjoy doing the research, but your writing is kind of, I don't know if it's tedious. It just seems like it's like talking to myself. So, like, write to myself. Like, I write for other people, and I don't feel like you have a communication. Even like make a web page, open up a blog, and then I feel like when I gotta self promote myself, I'm just gonna put it out there. No one's gonna read it, and I'm gonna be forced to like self promote myself, which I hate doing. So, that's why I'm not writing.
Partially because you don't want to promote yourself.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not going to promote myself. I'm not good at it. I don't enjoy doing it. I don't think I'd be successful at it. So, just like miraculously, if Doooovid becomes in demand, like maybe I'd write, but that's pretty unlikely. So I probably just don't write. Or some like employment or opportunity. Like I mentioned it to other people, like if but yeah. So as I'm now nothing on my writing. No immediate plans to write. And I think like I'd like to write my thing on multiple truth hypothesis, but I see I need significant more research, maybe in like a full year of research. Um, if I still plan on going to the Science of Consciousness conference, um, I don't think writing will make a difference. I don't even think they have a journal. So like if I wrote, I don't know, like a venue for like the conference, I would write on it. Um, I don't even think they have somewhere where like a periodical where I could like volunteer to write where it even be published. So that's why I'm just kind of laughing at you and your, like you're gonna write the history of computers. Like, yeah, good luck.
Is it pointless because it's been done to death, or is it pointless because I couldn't possibly understand that concept?
Well, I think you could, but I'm saying like it'd probably take you a few years, and like you'd have a hard time promoting it, finding anyone to read it, and there's already books on the subject. So if it's just like
Well,
academic,
then, okay, let's look at this yogically. It's an exercise in non-attachment. Maybe it goes good, maybe not, but
that's
not.
why at least when you mentioned signal processing, it was interesting that there really isn't any good books on the history of signal processing. That was relatively.
Well, I think it's because the way that the concepts came about is not well understood, because it's basically been happening too fast to really put it all together to
I don't think
understand it
there'd
that way.
be a big audience like it's unlike.
I mean, what could be more interesting than a modern history of computers?
Well, a non-technical for like a lay reader or technical
That was
one.
a joke. I don't imagine it's going to have much of an audience, but
And,
that's
and,
the
and
whole
you mean
point.
like a
Is that
10,000 page, 10
I'm
volume?
doing it for a hypothetical person who maybe would like it and doesn't even know it yet.
Okay, we'll keep at it. Good luck with that. And so, anything else?
I was disappointed that I didn't take a look at those question on Ashish Jalala's blog. I'm still gonna have to do that. I got just lost in my AI there, so looking forward to
You're gonna
that.
do a whole like side stream or
Side stream on the logic stuff.
any of it. Feel free.
Oh yeah, I haven't decided. I don't know. I'm kind of more in the studious mode right now, but yeah, good show. And thanks for all the comments in the chat, everyone. And thanks, Doovid, for awesome time and interviewing the guest.
Okay, great. So have a good week. I guess I'll probably do mob talk tomorrow and Wednesday another tour of my library. I'm not sure. Maybe my business books, but I have to do some organizing of my books, and yeah, but hopefully I'll have one ready for Wednesday just to keep at it. I did stream with Charles Moskowitz on Friday, so I think we're gonna plan again Friday at 2, and he's still trying to get himself a bigger audience and get on these new servers or whatever. I'm not sure how well that's working for him, but as long as he wants to keep on talking, we'll keep on doing that. I'm not sure Luke. Not sure. Like I did talk to Claire also. I was just kind of sitting around, like following the Kanye West thing, and then Claire messaged me, is like, "You want to talk about the Kanye West thing?" So I ended up talking with her. But it was just kind of random. I was sitting at the computer, and I kind of felt like talking about that subject, and she messaged me. But yeah, so probably not that much in streaming this week. Mob Talk tomorrow. Tour my library Wednesday. Charles Moskowitz on Friday. And we'll see you next week. So have a great week. Good luck with your research. Feel free to message me any of the stuff online, or I mean on offline about your updates. It might be interesting also for you to like if you did take for whatever reason, if you did take a course in signal processing, if you did find that, just to see if I'm right that it was in some sort of electrical engineering department, just random. But so have a great week. God bless. Take care, everyone.
You too. Talk to you soon. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I had a lot of fun. Look forward to the next one.